Oh, need to make you bigger though. Actually, there we go. I didn't realize that your window is so small. There we go. Hi,
Oh,
everybody. How's it going? I didn't real. I just didn't think about it. I should have made you full screen. Uh, I'll do that from now on, though. I just didn't think about it
yeah.
because I was. There we go. Well, I need to adjust you a little bit, but it's okay. It's all right. How's everybody doing?
Whew, man. Got that video out, huh?
Yeah, well, two videos this week we had out. It's like
Yeah,
that.
well,
Well, I
yeah.
can't even tell you last time that happened. And
Yeah.
like obviously one of them was more hotly anticipated than the other, but that's okay. I don't feel bad that like that one video I did was didn't like
I think it
do too many big numbers because like
I
no
think
who really,
it's
like
done good for what it is.
yeah, exactly. So I think that's it's just a fun thing, just a fun thing that is like when they said do you want to review this, and I mean I'm not gonna sit there and be like no nah, but if I hadn't gotten that screen I don't think I would have done it.
You wouldn't have been as interested.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would have that was like the main reason. Like, well, I got this, I might as well, right?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Some people are curious where I am. I'm at my parents' house. I'm in the room where I shot that. In fact, you can see it next to me, the BenQ TK700 STI that I reviewed and my projector video like a year and a half ago.
Something like that. I don't. It's
Yeah,
2021, so I don't know when it was in 2021. So I guess it's all
yeah,
over 2 years ago, probably at this point.
yeah. I think it was like summer 2021 or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah. I had to get away after finishing that Retrode video. Man, it was. Let me tell y'all, it was. That last push, I mean, for one, we had like promised so hard that it was going to be out like for real this week,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And we even said Friday, but it didn't happen ultimately because we realized there were some recording errors due to a certain method we were using for recording some of the footage. And it ultimately didn't require me to replace that many clips, but like I probably spent like 2 or 3 hours like troubleshooting it with like you and Joe Redifer
Yeah.
and John.
Yeah.
Um and it was yeah, it that held me back. So like that entire section that was me testing out like a bunch of Switch games and a few PS4 games, like that was all based on prior testing that I had done. So I had my notes on it, but like I hadn't written that part. I hadn't recorded materials for that part. I hadn't done anything. And so by the time I finished replacing those clips that needed to be replaced, oh, apparently my audio is
I,
way too
I've,
hot.
I've I've been handling it while you've been talking.
Okay, okay. Um, so I like I started writing that section. That like it's like an 8 or 9 minute section, I think. I started writing that like 10 p.m. on
Jeez.
Thursday. And I finished editing it at about noon. Uh, and yeah, if that section seems a little phoned in, that's why. I mean, the information was all based on prior testing, so that's fine. But yeah, the editing was it was done in an expedited manner because I was just like like of course everyone's like oh try you should go to sleep and like yo it can wait another day and I'm like but look I need this out of my life I need it gone I need it and the thing is like I like tend to sleep poorly like after like a really intense edit anyway and like right before the release of the video there's just like kind of a anticipation and anxiety about it. Like when I do sleep, like right before a big release, like I like end up kind of tossing and turning and like my brain in that like half asleep state, like convinces myself that there's like something super critical I've forgotten to like test or forgotten to talk about or showed in the wrong way. And then when I like actually like get out of that like half asleep state, then I'm like, wait, that's like that thing you were worried about is like not even a consideration for this thing. Like I don't know, like my brain just like makes up like nonsense to worry about in like a half
Yeah.
asleep way. So like I was probably not going to sleep that night anyway. And so I was just like, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. And let me tell you, I went to bed like midnight on Friday and slept until 11:30 a.m. And it felt so good. That was like in the top two sleeps of my life. The other was after the Final Fantasy VI 24-hour marathon
Uh-huh.
uh, that we did. That was the first like marathon stream I ever did, like in what, like 2009 or 2010, one of those. So,
Yeah, I don't remember. It's
so
just funny
yeah,
thinking about
man,
like
it felt
how
great.
I think even if like was up for that long, like I still don't think I would be able to sleep past like 8 o'clock. Next
Oh
morning.
man,
Even if I mean, because
it was fantastic. It felt so good. I can't even describe to you. It was almost worth the suffering to sleep that good.
dang.
Um,
Well,
but
I
yeah,
guess I just don't even know what don't even know what that's like anymore. Um, uh, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna switch over to the game. So I mean, we'll be
yeah.
talking
Well,
a bit.
I'll before you I mean before you explain too much about what you are playing.
Yeah,
But you can go ahead and switch over.
yeah,
We did already get super chat from Start Select. I love it. The forgotten buttons that never should have had their names changed. You
yeah.
know.
Really
Oh,
quick.
my head's kind of in the funny corner here.
There's the MSU one version of this. So this is a port of the NES game by Infidelity, who has previously done. I guess the last one he did was DuckTales, but we've also streamed like Legend of Zelda and Mega Man 2 and Mega Man 4. He's porting them from the NES to the SNES, and it's a completely manual like procedure. There's like no automatic way to do it. So he's what this is the with this one he's like really gone above and beyond and like added a bunch of stuff or like you
Right,
can
like
patch this stuff in and out.
all of the previous ones he's done, people have always asked like, well, but why? And well, we've said, well, why not? It's just an interesting exercise, but it seems like he's actually like really taking advantage of, the hardware in some ways in this one.
In this one, yes. Did you look up anything about it?
Not beyond what I saw like you and Bob talking about.
Okay, so well we have several. Being the MSU one, there's multiple different soundtracks we can have. The complete orchestral soundtrack, which I think has a special opening that I kind of want to see. I've not seen it.
Oh, oh well. Before you press start on that, let me read Star Select's comment, and then I'll wait to get to the other comments. He
Okay.
just said, "Congratulations on the video, guys, or on the videos,
Yeah,
guys." Heart. Well, heart to you too. Thank you.
thank you. Then there's just like the original soundtrack. There's the FDS version, the Disk System version soundtrack, and Zero Mission. So it's kind of cool. You can have any of these soundtracks.
I like the like Super Mario All Stars style presentation to like flipping between them.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat.
So I'm going to play the orchestral soundtrack version because I think it has.
So this is like MSU1 like intro or something.
Yeah, it has like maybe an FMV. Yeah, it's an FMV like opening here. I don't know where it's from. But I guess we'll see, huh?
Yeah.
That's kind of neat.
Oh yeah, that Nintendo.
Oh, that's cool. It's like Alien.
Oh, it's like Star Fox.
I think it's like Alien.
Oh, okay, okay. Right, but like the way that the text was popping up. But yeah, now that the way that the text is coming in, you're 100% right.
The opening FMV was from Killer Instinct. Oh, that's cool. Whoa. Oh, that's super cool.
I'm waiting to see it.
I mean, it's super basic, but it's just.
Oh yeah, you got your sprite scaling action there.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Check that out. I love that.
Yeah. Let me know if you can hear the game enough. If the chat can hear the game.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I like that.
I was testing this out earlier, and I was just like watching the intro. My son was down here. I was like the title screen music in this, when it builds up, it kind of gives me goosebumps a little bit.
Warren Hookie was asking, saying, been loving Metroid Prime Remastered. Do you think we'll get the other two in the trilogy as remastered? Weren't there rumors that they're like already done? In fact, I think I heard rumors that like they're going to be more kind of just like basic ports, like not really remastered in the way that Metroid Prime 1 was. I don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of rumors that Nintendo's had a lot of things just done for a while, like Wind Waker and Twilight Princess on Switch. That would be cool. Dave Carr says can't hear much of the audio.
Yep, I tried turning it up a bit, so we'll see if they can hear it more.
Oh, you've got all of the katakana and hiragana for your name registration here. There was also a $9.99 from good old Scott Snyder. Thank you.
Nice.
Saying great job on the new videos. I sent you both something that might be a fun stream idea. They should arrive tomorrow.
Oh.
Also, with the so I guess we should check our PO boxes, huh?
Yeah.
Saying also with the Duo shipping on the 11th, when do you think your video will release? Well, I mean,
on the 11th.
So did they say that it's shipping on the 11th? Yeah, the 11th. So happens. I don't see any reason we can't say it. The 11th so happens to be the embargo date on the Duo, the analog Duo. So you can expect that. The embargo is it 8? I think it's 8 a.m. Pacific time. I think. Well, we'll need to double check that. But it's like it'll be like 11 or 12 Eastern. It's something in that range.
So before you read the rest of them, I want to show you what's kind of cool about this. Like it runs like at a good clip. I've actually the package of the download of this you can find on archive.org. Has a specific hack. Like I prefer to like not really change the game that much, but there's one that starts you with 99 energy, which I feel like
that's yeah, because it's always a grind at the start of a life.
And it apparently enables 8 energy tanks. So I didn't realize that happened in this. Like apparently there's 8 energy tanks, but you can only have 7 or something like that.
I mean, it's in some ways it's kind of nice that there's one more out there than you actually need, but
right,
just in case you don't find everything, but you could still have max health. That's kind of neat.
Well, let me show you the coolest thing about it, though.
Wait, RS Matrix is saying, can't wait to play Holy Diver on my analog Duo. Is Holy Diver on?
I don't think so.
PC Engine? Is there someone make a port? Anyway,
I don't know.
Anyway, so what's cool?
Wait, I mean, see if it shows up for you.
Oh, okay.
So not only that, but you hit A, and you get a full screen SNES Super Metroid style map. That unfortunately shows everything, so it's not like you don't reveal it, but you fill it in.
I see.
So it really shows you where everything is, but at the same time, it doesn't tell you how to get there. I mean,
I wonder,
like if you need like missiles or something.
yeah. I mean, still though, that's nice. I mean, I gotta say, is someone who played Super Metroid first, I was always really afraid to go back to Metroid 1. Like, I had it. It was one of the first games that I got when I, like, got back into NES in the late 90s. But I was always, like, really afraid to really tackle it.
Yeah.
And when I finally did, like, I loved it a lot more than I thought I would. Like, it's, you know, I think it really holds up. It's just a good, satisfying experience if you are, you know, willing to either make your own maps or just deal with those limitations.
Yeah. But you
Now,
know, it's also nice having that. I think, like in this version, like it makes it way more like palatable.
Sure. Right, like you're more likely to be
sure.
like you're more likely to be in the mood to just play Metroid when you have some niceties like that. I mean, I think it's cool to have the experience at least one time of playing through it as intended.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, okay, I've already done that. I just want to play Metroid, and this does make it a lot more approachable, I think, for a replay for sure, or for someone who just is playing for the first time and just is like, I ain't got time for that. Yeah, that's really, you know, it's funny, you know, you're playing this on Super Nintendo. You know, Show in our Discord, did you see this yesterday?
No.
He like got like a lot from some guy. Just a bunch of Super Nintendo stuff, and in it was a Super Nintendo Power Pack, and he's like, I didn't even know this existed. You know, so the Power Pack is retro USBs.
Yeah.
You know, CF compact flash cart for NES. And remember, he brought that up in our interview, and I don't think I used the sound bites about it in any existing episode of Analog Frontiers, but I was possibly going to use them in part 4, and I may use them in part 4. But he said, you know, he like started making a Super Nintendo Power Pack, and then he was just like, wait, why am I doing this? Like, I only care about NES. NES is the only game system I care about. Like, I'm just going to do NES stuff. You know, I'm just going to do stuff for the system that I love, right?
Yeah.
So I couldn't really remember if he like actually released it or if he did a very limited run, but like Show looked into it. He's like, okay, it seems like there was actually a very limited run of it, and there's like a ton of like today they would probably be like really obscure.
Why can't I get this missile? I did this earlier and had no problem.
You were like right there.
I don't know why I couldn't get it.
But anyway, I just thought that was really cool. It's like, wow, he found this, like, not only found this obscure flash cart, but also like found like all these like hacked ROMs that like, so what if some of them were like lost media, you know?
Yeah.
So that's like, I don't know, that was kind of a cool find. Like, I said, like, you should make a video that's just like, here's these like random ROM hacks I found on this random obscure flash card. Like, that sounds fun. Anyway, let's get back to.
I was doing. It's not input lag. It's fine. It's just was just doing poorly.
There was a $5 super chat from Chungo, who I believe must be the same Chungo that's been in some of our Retro Tink discussions.
Okay. Yeah.
Saying would have liked to have liked an HDR upscale comparison between the Tink 4K and PS5/Series X Auto HDR, but it's not an essential thing. Hopefully someone else do that. Yeah, that actually would have been. I agree, that would have been a good thing to test more in depth. I've never... Well, the one thing I can say, though, is I've never liked how the SDR within HDR looks on PS5. Like, I think it can be pretty neat on Series X, but I tend to not use it, but I can be neat. But I don't like how it looks on PS5. And the thing about on the Tink is that you've got like, I guess the thing that made me like just not even interested in like pursuing it further is because it is because it's like you have all that control over the nits, and you don't really have easy control over that on like PS5. Like you do have like the HDR calibration, but who wants to
like change their entire TV setup?
Who wants to change like the HDR calibration on setting on the PS5, like for like a case by case scenario? Because it's so much easier to just like set the nits correctly for the use case on the Retrode than it is like to mess up your whole like PS5 configuration, I think. So, and I don't. I didn't bother, but I really is something I should probably investigate more, just for my own knowledge and curiosity. And also, like, you know, like I have like really good settings set on it. I can't tell you off the top of my head exactly what it is, but like John like recommended some settings that are supposed to be good for like LG CX, C1, and C2. It's like, I think it's like for the first two HDR screens on PS5, you go all the way to the bottom, and then you click up like, I forget if it's 11 or 13 times, something in that range. And then for the last screen, I think you go all the way to the bottom and then click up like maybe like 7 times or 8 times.
Like that. I do recall that now, but I don't remember exactly what the
combination was. I don't. But it is really good. Like I like every game, like proper HDR game that I've tested that with, looks really good with those settings. But don't take what I said as like the exact thing, because I don't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head. I wrote notes with it somewhere, but since I'm not home, I can't test that or check that right now. But anyway, yeah, I didn't think that seemed very practical. Like I played almost all of Nier Automata that way. I played it, you know, with my PS5 and SDR set to output 1080p. And even though I wasn't using like scan lines or masks or anything playing, you know, a 1080p game, I wanted to use black frame insertion, my TV's black frame insertion. And the fact that I could inject the HDR to cancel out the darkening was a big deal. Like, in fact, sometimes like when I was first booting up the game, I would like check like, oh, is HDR on? Because like I couldn't even tell, because like the screen was so bright.
Right. Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, is black frame, or I would check if black frame insertion was on, not HDR, because I knew HDR was on because it was through the Tink. But I was like, oh, is black frame insertion on? I need to check when I was like booting the game. Like I didn't think it was on, and then it was on because if it was on, that it was already set to be on when HDR was active. But like it wasn't immediately apparent to me because I'm so used to black frame insertion looking much darker. So yeah, it was kind of a trip for my brain, but I love it. Like even for use cases like that. Mm-hmm. Anyway, there was a $20 super chat.
Whoa.
From Dan Hendricks. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Who also says, thanks so much, guys, for your contributions to the Retrotink 4K and everything else you do. You know, it's actually cool. Like Mike added us and like all the other people who were like messing around with early units to like the special thanks on the Tink itself. You know, because we provide a lot of feedback and feature suggestions and ways to tweak features and stuff like that. Like, I mean, the way he approached this, I thought was so good. I mean, we've wanted, you know, hardware designers to, you know, get some of this stuff in the hands of, you know, third parties to, provide feedback, because I know as like a video maker that there are things that only you see, and there's things that only other people will see,
100%, yeah.
So like it's useful to get another set of eyes on something, because it's like, oftentimes you're like nitpicking things that no one else is going to notice. But then there's things that just like totally escape when you like. I find that the problems I'm looking for in a video is like there are certain things I'm looking for and certain things that like just I gloss over. Like, like I find like text labels, like information pop-ups and like labels for like comparison frames and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's not even what I'm looking at when I'm like checking a video.
Right.
And like it's easy for some of that to
slip through the cracks, or just like
to slip even when I'm reviewing like your video. Like I'm always looking for like other things, like, was there a jump cut here, or was there a missing, or was there a black frame here? Like I'm looking for those kinds of things. I'm not looking for like text errors, even though I should be, but like just like my mindset is different, and like we should probably have other people take a look at our videos too, so that more people. We're always like in such a, because we're always feel like we took so long on this, like we're feeling like really ready to release it rather than wait, Or we probably should have other people take a look as well. So So yeah.
Well,
I guess my point is, I think Mike did an amazing thing, and by letting so many people take a look at it and letting them be so open as well about what they were doing with the device, and being able to freely show it and stuff like that. Like,
right.
I mean, I think everyone benefited.
And everyone will benefit. Like, when they have it, for sure.
Yeah. So it was awesome to have like such a large group of people testing it over that period, because now it's just going to be a better device for everyone.
Yes.
There was yet again 199 pounds from Start Select.
Ooh.
The forgotten button combination. Saying, dumb question. Games we played happening this year? I mean, I don't want to say it's a dumb question, but I mean, of course.
Yeah. It's the only thing that we've not screwed up timing on yet.
Yes. Yes. That's like we will absolutely have the games we played.
I mean, if all goes according to plan, Keikaku, if you want to say, it'll be the Duo on the 11th, and then sometimes between then and Christmas will be my room tour video, and then the games we played will be on the 31st.
So you're hoping to get yours done like well ahead of time.
Well, I am planning on finishing with my segments for games we played this week, so that I can spend the rest of the. Well, I mean, except for my on-camera stuff, so that I can spend the rest of the year or the month working on my setup tour. So I mean, if we do that and we get, I mean, I'm going to be later finishing it than you. I mean, you need to just ship off your parts to me, because I'm definitely going to be finishing second. So I'll be the one putting together the final video. Yeah. I'm just trying to get another missile here so I can open
I see Voltar just popped up saying this is such an impressive port, and I am also going to be doing a video on such an impressive mod from Voltar.
Yeah.
It's going to be a smaller, simpler video, but I think it's so cool that the mod finally exists, and I want to ensure that people know that the holy grail Super Nintendo video mod is,
and chances are like that might even be out this year.
It might be, or it might end up being early January. It just depends on how everything slots together and how nervous I'm feeling about whether I can finish my games we played in time. Oh man, Rears to Blood is asking, try silly question. You still got Teddy Ruxpin? Oh man, Teddy Ruxpin is in this very room. You want me to show you? I can get you Teddy Ruxpin.
You want a Teddy Ruxpin? Your kid wants a Teddy Ruxpin? I can get you a kid a Teddy Ruxpin. I got that ice beam.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
You got batteries in it too, like fresh batteries.
Oh gosh, I hope there's no batteries on it. No batteries. Okay. There's the cassette player. I mean, he's in good shape, I gotta tell you. Not only that. I've also got Grubby.
I never had any of this stuff. I knew what they were. I don't know if I was like slightly out of
you were probably a little old when they came around, right?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I was like, it was like one of my first big obsessions. Like, I was. No, we got Drumble in here. He says Teddy Ruxpin, the original VTuber.
Basically, yeah.
But yeah, that was like, I was like, 4 or 5 years old. It was like one of my first big obsessions. I've actually got over there some Teddy Ruxpin action figures as well.
I bet I can. Can I go up the rest of the way, you think?
Did your Alexa just talk to you?
I must have said something that triggered her. What's really funny is I must have said something. I think I asked for read my notification, and it says, by the way, I can alert you when a shipment's arrived. Do you want me to do that? And I just didn't say anything. Right? I didn't respond so that it would automatically default to no. And she goes, what do you want me to do? and I didn't respond again, and then she goes, what do you want me to do?
Like, what do you want me to do about it, huh?
I'm like,
AI
nothing, just forget about it.
You had a genuine family argument with your
Alexa. Like what do you want me to do? It's just very matter of fact. Like, I don't know. It's just do you remember the old that it was like one of the first fan-made Star Wars shorts called Troops?
Yeah. I don't remember
cops.
Super well, but yeah, I'm familiar, aware.
I'll always remember the part where the one cop is talking to Aunt Brew, and he's like, Brew, what do you want to do? Brew, what do you want to do?
Anyway, there was a 1999 from Supra CRT or Supra Guy CRT.
Thank you. Guy.
Saying
hey, these super guys. What's up
saying,
there, guys? Hey, guy.
I love how we include the missing Samus sprites. However, the only sprite that's missing is the one that's not in the ROM. It's the left side Samus that's on the box art. It also appeared on in the Japanese beta gameplay footage. I didn't realize that. So there are Samus like gameplay poses that are, I guess, like in the ROM but not used in game. Is that what he's talking about? I was not aware of this.
This is all news to me too.
That sounds pretty cool. And if I'm not mistaken, is the vertical scrolling in this version is it smoother than the NES version? Or is
maybe
that
I don't like
I saw something about smoother scrolling. I wasn't sure if that was in relation to the NES version or to earlier versions of this port.
I don't know. Like apparently there's one that has like smooth scrolling like when you're jumping. Apparently, but that might be like a hack or something, like one of the patches for it, which I do not have enabled here. Because all I wanted are the additional patches. I wanted to retain the original experience as much as possible, but without the annoyance of starting with 30 health. Because I think that is probably the bigger than anything else is probably the biggest barrier for entry. Like
it's not the one that people think of. People think it's the map.
Yeah, but it's not really. Because you can figure it out. It's just that it's the lack of a map combined with not having having to start with 30 health every time. And that just really sucks.
There was also $5 from Jonathan Henson. Ooh. Always good to see you in here. Yeah. Thank you. Saying, I'm in awe of the RetroTink 4K, but mainly for how it can fix a lot of problems with retro releases and retro-style games on modern consoles and PC. And it can equalize games running across classic consoles, emulation, FPGA, and OEM or modded hardware. I mean, yeah, that was what I focused on in the video. I think it's. I don't know if a lot of other people have really taken that approach with their coverage, but I feel like I've been so focused on oh man, they screwed up the pixel scaling in this game or this port or this this indie game or whatever, and that was the first thing that came to my mind when getting the ability to do proper scaling of HDMI, because I'm the pixels are there. You just need to get to the center of those pixels, resample them, and redraw them, right? And, you have the ability to do that. Now, the current decimation controls are somewhat limited. For vertical, you have to do integer. It'd be cool if that could be expanded sometime. I don't know if it's possible, but Mike said he would look into it. The horizontal, Mike said that he's pretty positive that he can go beyond 15 input pixels, because that's the current limit. You have to say 15 input pixels equals between 1 and 15 output pixels. But he said he thinks he can go up to 255 input pixels, I think. But I think there was a bug with higher input values that, was not as much of a priority to tackle as other bugs, I suppose. But hopefully, because if you could do that, then you could fix almost any horizontal shimmer, which would be huge. But as it is, you can do some pretty cool stuff. It's sort of a fun aside. So that Legend of the Valkyrie shot that I showed. Where I showed because I thought it ended up being because you've got the dots of dirt and stuff. I thought it was a really good demonstration of uneven pixels and corrected interpolated pixels. That was on the TurboGrafx Mini console, and I was
psyching myself out when it comes to these missiles. I don't know why.
That was on the TurboGrafx Mini console, and what's also fun about that shot, I used there's a bit crush function. I showed it briefly, just in kind of a silly way at the end using Super Mario Wonder. Like, it's not like practical for that game or anything. But I was using the bit crush to actually get rid of the noise in the TurboGrafx Mini. I didn't find that necessarily would work in every mini console, and your colors are probably going to be slightly off if you do that. But like, you know, especially on TurboGrafx Mini, it's like, well, they're RGB PC Engine colors, so the colors are technically a little off as it is. So I thought it was actually cool you could get rid of that noise. I wanted to get rid of the noise for that shot because I thought, well, that's like going to be distracting. Like, people who don't know what they're looking at are going to be like, well, why is it noisy? Is the Retrode causing this? And it's like, that's not it. That's not the point. You know, I wanted it to be very straightforward. So I'm like, just look at the fixing of the interpolation. So I actually used the bit crush to get rid of that noise, and then it made it a much easier example to demonstrate that. I thought that I was really proud of how that comparison came out, because I thought I always like to use, like I've done before, I use it in this video, like I like using like Mario 2 or Kirby's Adventure a lot for showing uneven pixels, because like they've got a lot of like dirt tiles that are just like speckled single pixel wide dirt in them, and it's really easy to see that they're like different sizes and stuff. So anyway, let me get back to the super chats. There was a $2 super chat from Warren Hokie. Thank you. Saying, stream idea, the port of Portal for N64. That's a fantastic idea. I should absolutely do that. Maybe I can do that next week. I don't know. I actually don't know that much about, like, how long is it? Like, would it I'm not actually really sure if it's like just like a proof of concept, or if it's like actually like a full-fledged game, or if it takes like
Wait, what
20 minutes to finish. Have you not heard of this? There's a
the portable. Portal. Yeah, I've heard of it. But I don't really know too many of the details on it. I don't know if it's a full game. Is it? Either.
Wait, Warren Hokie says it's the whole game. Are you serious? Is it seriously the whole thing? Like that actually blows my mind that the puzzles. Does every puzzle, like all of the solutions, like actually work on N64? Like, I would have thought some of the later levels would be just like too complicated. Like, do they not like maybe like cut out some of the turrets or something, just so it like just to have like less stuff to render?
That would be real.
Oh wait, the dev said he's doing the whole thing. So is it
okay?
ready?
So it's not done.
Is it? But like, I think there is something that you can play, because John was talking about on DF Direct. Okay, it's not fully done yet. Okay, well, I should probably someone inform me when it's complete, and I would love to stream that. That would be like a blast. That would be super fun. Okay, there's a demo. Okay, well, I'd still like to try that, but yeah. Oh, that would be an unbelievably fun stream. I would love to do that. Yes, people remind me when that's out. Inform me that it's out if I'm not paying attention, which I often am not. And there was also 10 Canadian from Waifu for Life saying, hey guys, looks like we're playing the same game.
Oh.
Running great on my Mister. Tip, if you're going for time, whenever the path to an item takes too long, just save and reload as soon as you get it. Oh,
yeah, you can save anytime too.
So does that...
But you start back at the beginning of whatever area you're in.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not worried about...
Yeah, we're not worried about what
speed
kind of ending we get. I mean, I suspect you probably don't even know the game well enough to finish it this stream. Although with the map, maybe you can. Maybe you will finish. Who could say? Speaking of like, Waifu for Life says they're playing it on the Mister. Are you what are you
I'm
playing
playing on Super NES Junior, like the mini, like
modded RGB modded,
yeah, RGB
through
modded
your
Junior.
On Retrode 5X or 4K?
Yeah, it's sending the 5X through.
Using
Or not the
FD?
I mean, it's 4K. Sorry, the 5X is hooked up, but I just I'm starting to realize I don't know how much I'll actually be using it for. It's just there mainly as like a as a comparison.
Point of comparison, I guess.
Yeah. So who knows in the long run, how much I'll be using it, but I'll just obviously keep it around.
Yeah.
To do for comparisons, but that's really might be about it.
There was a $2 super chat from Blake Romo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saying, when's your guys' plans for the next setup video? We're doing our new setup videos in separate videos because they'd just be too long for no reason for them to be one video. So you've actually been working on yours for a while.
Yeah.
You've actually released as a Patreon bonus. And YouTube members bonus, the first 10 minutes?
Yeah,
roughly?
Right around that, yeah. What's kind of funny, though, is, so that I have been, doing other things, I guess, more heavily since releasing that. And it's funny because I have so much stuff recorded and done that I'm going to have to go back and change things because things have changed.
You said you were done. You said you were done changing things.
But I mean, in the video, I'm I have the RetroThink 5X hooked up. That's my current scaler. That's not true anymore. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a disclaimer in there and say, listen, due to the nature of this whole thing, you might see some inconsistent things in certain shots. Things.
Oh yeah, people are going to be really hammering you for wait a second, is this Coury's real setup? There's inconsistencies.
They're gonna go, how come this was this way in this one shot, but then it's missing in this next one? And unfortunately, that's just the way that things go here. Is things are constantly changing in a way that prevent me from always having everything in the same spot. Or I realize I don't really even need this thing. I think the stupidest thing about this game is that you can get hurt going through the doors. When enemies fly through the door, if you go through the door and the screen is scrolling, and an enemy is going through the door at the same time, is that I'm
guessing that's just a technical limitation or just how the engine was made, and they just didn't have the time to fix it.
Right.
There was $5 super chat from Joshua Eichert.
Thank you.
Eckert. Thank you. Saying RetroTink 4K video was awesome. Try mentioned that the new filters help with games that use resolution scaling. How well did it work with the Xenoblade games? I only tested with Xenoblade. I take that back. I tested with Xenoblade X, but see, Xenoblade X uses native, 1280 by 720. No dynamic resolution, so Xenoblade Chronicles X looks great if you just set your Wii U to 720p and do nearest neighbor. Looks great. That was the first clip in the it might have been the first clip in kind of the HDMI input overview, a shot of the mech flying over the landscape.
Right, yeah. Because that shot was in our Dropbox for some reason.
Well, I ended up recording it 3 times because when I was having a recording issue earlier in production, it was one of the shots that I wanted to replace. And then when I had to realize I had another recording issue at the very last minute, it was there was an error with my reshot version of it, so I shot that clip like 3 times out. Like I very specifically wanted like flying over those waterfalls, so I did it the same way every time. You know what was actually kind of funny about that experience? Going back and redoing those shots after like I'd been talking with like you and Joe and John about how like I was getting some recording errors on the Ninja.
Yeah.
It was funny because it was like, you know what? Like this isn't that bad. Like because like I've already like made these edits. I've already decided like what clip it is and like where in the clip it is, and I just like I don't even have to think about like, oh, like what am I going to get from this game? Like it's just already there, and it kind of made me think like, you know, like these ideas that people have for like remaking videos, like people always ask, well, would you remake this video? I thought like if it is like a fairly literal remake of like a video with maybe just like a little bit new information, like it might not be that bad because you just like
you just get those shots and like recreate these shots with like
the Retrode 4K instead of the FrameMeister or whatever, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Like I was like, you know, it was actually like kind of fun, just like being able to do that and like not even have to think about like what game am I going to record, how far into the game am I going to play, what's like a cool action I could do. Like you just do the same thing. It was actually not. It was like actually kind of fun to just to copy something you had already done in a way. Which it sounds weird, but like I was not as annoyed by it as I thought I would be. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we could reconsider redoing videos, or maybe we could like just like do a. Wouldn't it be funny to like do like a full remake of the FrameMeister video and just like change no information? Like that could be like April Fools, or like we could do like the FrameMeister video, except just like replace all the information with Retrode 4K. Just be like, what if your games could look like an emulator? like as if this is like a brand new revelation to us through the Retrode 4K.
Completely.
Like in 2023. Like, did you know that you can get better quality than S-Video out of a Super Nintendo? You can do it with this device.
It'd be funny though, is to do
4K.
it like all in 4K and like record all the footage like from the FrameMeister into the Tink 4K and have it be 4K. That'd be so stupid, but like, you know, it could be funny at the same time. How do I up there?
There was wait, whoa! It was a $50 super chat from New Van Dibe.
Van Diebe.
Saying, what if Murtaugh was a girl? I don't know who Murtaugh is. I know who Metroid is though, and she can't crawl.
Yeah.
Why can't Metroid crawl?
You know, I was talking to I was saying I was playing this earlier when my son was watching it, and I was like explaining it to him, saying, you know, like when this came out, nobody knew that Samus was a girl. Like it was like a big deal, and it just like people assumed like, oh, is that is definitely a guy. Like they just assumed, and it was like such a big revelation. I feel like it's like one of those huge revelations, probably that now is just taken for granted.
Right. Like, did he have a hard time understanding?
Yeah.
Cool decision.
Because he like knows who Samus is from Smash and stuff.
Right. Exactly.
There was. Oh, hey, a notification that John H. has been a member for 18 months in a row.
18.
18. Very nice. Thank you. saying, just got to the stream, loved the last 2 videos, understood very little from the Retrode 4K vid, just learned that I want pre and destructive scaling. Pre-scaling and decimation. You know, I was kind of disappointed.
You didn't do any decimation, like a low,
well,
like a voice saying decimation.
Well, I was like when, like the firmware that was on it when, and it's my fault really, because the firmware that was on it when we first got it called decimation factor.
Yes.
And we thought it sounded so cool. And like I was going to Photoshop you like wearing the Veacher glasses, making a goofy face onto like the T2 box art or something like that.
Yeah.
And have like the movie title be Decimation Factor, and I was going to like, you know, have it be like a low voice saying Decimation Factor.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Oh,
and but then after like I asked Mike about like hey, could we use this to like for uneven scaling to correct it?
Yeah.
So then it actually didn't take him that long to come up with the advanced decimation, which was, you know, it just says decimation, I think, at the top, and then it says input pixels, output pixels, and decimation phase. I mean, or it might just say phase, I forget. But anyway, it would have been cool if I could have done something with decimation factor, but now decimation factor is gone. It is no more. I mean, I guess I could always install old firmware and remember the good old days of decimation factor.
You know what I like in this port is that you can hold down the R button to do your missiles. Like you can.
Oh, that is very nice. So this is like this game is very much a challenge to the people who saw the other ports and were like, but why?
Yeah.
Like this seems like it does a lot of neat things. I mean, there are I think some pretty cool ROM hacks for the NES version. I'm not overly familiar with those. I mean, I know you're more familiar because you've included them in some of your videos.
Yeah.
But like this is above and beyond any of those, right?
Yes. Oh my gosh. All that, and it's like, no, I'm gonna. I just want this missile. I was like, I could have gone for. It was like a quick draw, right? And I lost.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
I didn't hesitate. I was like, I'm gonna try to get it. I'm gonna shoot it one time, freeze it in place.
There was a $5 super chat from Kevin Harris. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Saying it's December. How's the backlog challenge going? Badly.
Yeah.
You know, I have ambitions to finish Lunar 2 this month. But that leaves, Lunar 1. But that leaves Lunar 2, Hyperlight Drifter, Trails of Cold Steel, Ease 8, and Viva Pinata. 5 games from my pledge list.
Wait, and that's like if you finish Lunar.
That's if I finish Lunar. Yeah, it's terrible. Terrible. So you've got 3 left, including The Witcher, which The Witcher's not happening.
No, not including that.
Witcher 3.
I actually have 4 left, I think. I have.
Oh. So I'm not as far behind you.
Yeah, I've kind of collapsed.
You started off so good.
But if I have, the thing is like they're all like fairly like sub. I mean, I don't know how long Last Story is, but I'm assuming that it's probably less than 30 hours, right?
Wait, what?
The last story. How long is last story? Like around 20 hours?
I'm pretty sure it's under 30. Yeah. It's like, I want to say like 25-ish maybe.
And I'm assuming that Brave Fencer Musashi is under 20 hours. I think Undertale is like under 8 hours. I could probably beat Undertale like in like if I had like an entire weekend, I could easily finish it in a weekend, I'm sure. I don't know. I think that I'll probably have like worst case scenario is that I have 3 that I didn't finish, and best case scenario is that I have either even haven't started The Witcher, or I'm like mostly done with last story, and I can start Witcher before the end of the year. Yeah, I'm not gonna like I who knows what I'll do about Undertale, like if I want to get every
for other
ending.
endings or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now we got Brandon Smith saying last story is about 25 hours. Legally Blind Gamer says last story is 21.5 hours. So it's not ultra long.
21.5. No, it's Witcher 3.
I remember having really good pacing, so
yeah,
you know, I was very impressed.
But yeah, well, best case scenario will be that I have 1 or 1.5 left. Worst case scenario is that I finish none of them before the end of the year. Now I don't know how that would really be possible.
I'm going to try so hard for Lunar. I mean, I'm like probably like a third through it, I would guess.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Legally Blind Gamer says The Witcher 3 is 51.5 hours. They're big into saying things are 0.5 hours, something 0.5 hours. So it's very specific.
Yeah. Do I want to get? I don't want to probably fight Kraid yet. I mean,
Okay, Rad.
Yeah. Do you think that now is like the time to fight him?
Oh, I have no concept of like what you've got.
Oh. I'm not doing horrible. I got the ice beam.
Yeah.
Got 3 energy tanks. I mean, I could probably beat Kraid, but I'd have to grind for energy for a little bit, which is fine. Not the end of the world.
Joshua Helmick says you need to get the wave beam. Tori Hanzo II says yes, fight him.
Where is wave beam in Norfair? Because I feel like the wave beam would be really good to have. Just to make things a lot easier. Where can you buy this game? You can buy this game on archive.org for free.
You know, for some reason, like the blinking effect looks so cool on this screen I'm looking at. So just so everyone knows what my viewing environment is, I've got here at my parents' house. I brought an old computer here that I could leave here, so that I can also like like capture game footage and stuff when I'm here. So I've got like an older computer with a capture card in it. And I've got the first LCD TV that I ever bought, a 32-inch Sony Bravia. That's a native, 768p screen. And so I have found some difficulty navigating a lot of websites and Discord and stuff with a 768p screen. I'm also using a old trackball that has no scroll wheel, which you don't really think about how essential a scroll wheel is in a lot of modern navigation. Like I was like in Discord, like if you are further down in your channels list, you can't like on a constrained resolution screen and no scroll wheel, like you can't even like scroll up like your channel or your servers list.
Oh, that's
Like
weird.
you have to like click one at a time. It'll like scroll up. Like, yeah, you don't think about like how essential like a mouse wheel or a touch screen is to that kind of stuff. And like somewhat like I think I was looking at Twitch the other day. I'm like I just like couldn't even figure out how to get anywhere on it without a scroll wheel. And some things like, you know, you just can't even like see the whole thing on your screen. But you know, like something about like when you're on a website or in a program that works, like something about this 768p resolution is very cozy. Like it takes you back to a time when, you know, text in PCs was
and it still seemed
bigger.
like really sharp and awesome at that time.
Yeah, it's like, okay, it's like modern interfaces don't scale well to this resolution, but it's a cozy feel. I actually kind of enjoy having this as my monitor here.
I remember how much of a big mind blow it was to like get a 1024 by 768 monitor, CRT PC monitor. Got it from Sam's Club.
A what?
1024 by 768
Oh.
PC monitor.
I thought you were talking inches. And I'm like,
oh no,
what?
no.
Are you talking about your projector?
There's no fun on 15
the
inches.
stream the stream is fine here for me.
I remember playing a pirated version of NFL Blitz on that monitor and being like, it's so clear.
Like the PC version?
Yeah. A pirated version of NFL Blitz.
I don't know what it is, but it almost like whenever like Samus is blinking or you see the elevators or whatever, it almost creates like a slot mask type effect on this screen, like just the way that like it's scaled down to fit this monitor. Like I really can't tell that you're using the Retrode 5 4K. It sometimes gets confusing because it's like the newer higher fidelity model is the smaller number.
Yeah.
I saw someone responded to a comment on the video about that gag I had at the end, which was a reference to
The 5X video.
The 5X video where I go like, wait, the Retrode 5X was the Retrode 6X all along? And the gag I say just on screen, like I scaled it up to 18x, and that was like the most that it would let me scale it up for, at least for the resolution I was using. It let me scale it up to 18x, and I wasn't even thinking about what 18x was. I was just like, oh, okay, this is. I thought of that gag like literally on the spot because I was like, oh, that would be funny.
Yeah.
Like some people remember that gag. People had brought it up recently, and I was like, oh, maybe that'd be a funny thing to do. I'll just shoot it and see if it works. And so, I said the Retrode 4K was the Retrode 18X all along, and so someone left a comment something about that, and then someone else replied saying, yeah, that's the joke. 18X would be 8K. And I'm thinking, oh, yeah, ha 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 ha, that is the joke, isn't it? I'm like, it never occurred to me that 240 18X is 8K. Like, that didn't occur to me when I was shooting it. I was just like, okay, 18X is on the screen. That's a very huge and silly number. I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm like, yeah, I didn't even understand why my joke was kind of funny, because it actually is 18X. There was a $4.99 super chat from Shane Kirby. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saying, thanks for the Tink 4K video. At the end of the video, you had a diagram of your cable setup. Could you share that image somewhere? Can I? Um, Probably. I mean, you could also pause, and I don't actually have access to the file right now from.
There's another
this
ice beam. Is there
computer.
multiple ice beams?
Well,
Because you can't have the wave beam and the ice beam at the same time. Is that it?
correct.
That's
I think it's the
all
wave
they
beam
have
and
to
ice
do.
beam that you can't have. Yeah, there's a limitation there. So like you can, depending on what you need, you trade one for the other. So that's why there's multiple.
Yeah.
Oh, Dementium says correct, unless using the path that allows them to combine. That does sound pretty cool.
That's very possible.
Scholar Faust says, so 4K seems to be near perfect solution for integer scaling. As someone who is very dumb with math, would 8K also be just as good in the future, or will we run into some issues? No, 8K is actually, I think, the first time we run into zero issues with like any normal resolutions anyway. The only problem, actually 4K has a problem, and I mentioned it in the video. 1440p is great for integer scaling, 240, 480, and 720. Of course, you don't have 1080 there. With moving up to 4K, you gain 1080, but you actually lose 480.
Darn it.
And I noticed that if you're going for a sharp pixel look, you definitely end up getting better results, I think, using interpolated 480p to 4K. But if you're doing a scanline look, I found, especially if you're like doing like the intentional like misconvergence, I found that sometimes the way the colors separated, I don't it could even be a bug for all I know, but like the way the colors separated like wasn't as good at 4K as it is 1440. And that was what I was showing on that comparison of Spy Hunter Nowhere to Run.
Yeah. The Rock.
With The Rock.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Yeah, I couldn't get over like how perfect his style is in that. Like the box art, like he just looks normal. So I wonder if like after that first mission, there's going to be a time skip and then he's going to look normal and not as awesome.
And when it comes down to it, that's like not a game you're really interested in playing it.
I kind of am actually.
No, I mean, if he changes the style, like it loses a lot of its appeal.
No, like I mean, those Spy Hunter games are.
Oh no, I'm sure the game is
cool.
awesome. I'm just saying, it would be. If he's gonna change this, he's not gonna look like that. It makes you less.
Makes me less compelled.
It makes it
to
like
get
less
to it.
desirable to an extent.
But anyway, yeah, I was trying to show that. So like it definitely looked better at 4K for sharp pixel look. Even though you can integer scale to 1440 without interpolation, it still looked sharper with interpolation to 4K. But I think with scan lines, the way that my TV handled 1440p was actually a little better. So I may ultimately end up doing my 480p digital profiles set with 1440p output.
I know there's a lot of people asking
if using scan lines anyway. If going for sharp pixels, probably not. What were you saying?
I know there's like people asking if you're gonna like share the profiles that you used.
Yeah, well, and the fact of the matter is, like, so early on, I started making a lot of profiles.
Yeah.
But then something changed in the way, like, to make way for new features, there kind of had to be, like, some things had to break.
Yeah.
So some aspects of earlier profiles broke. And at that point, like, I just, like, had so much experience using the interface that on my base profile, I already had it saved, like, where the scan lines and mask settings that I like to use. So, like, all I had to do was turn on scan lines and masks, and the settings I liked were already set. So I found it to just be much easier to just be like, okay, I'll load up this game. I know that I have to do, I know I have to set this game because I made notes. Like I knew I had to set this game to 720p and do a 1/3 prescale or something like that.
Ooh, there we go.
And then I just turn on my scan lines and masks. And if I wanted to make something a little softer, then I just like turn on that LPF function. And I got very efficient at, like, it would have taken me more time to like copy my profiles to my computer and rename them than to just do it again, right?
Yeah.
Like when I was like just trying to get through this video. So now though that the video is done, I want to take a closer look at how Firebrand X and Wobbling Pixels organized their profiles, and I want to create a set of profiles that do the things that and similar things that I show in the video, like correcting the aspect ratio on the high def NES. Like I tell you that ability is going to make my usage of the high def NES go up like a lot.
Yeah.
Like I have not used it a ton in recent years, and the fact that I can get like correct aspect ratio without shimmering on it is going to make me use it a ton more. Which I think is just so exciting. Like it breathes new life into mods I already have, and stuff like that. It's awesome. Even if they're older mods, like it still provides like a good, no added lag gameplay experience, right?
Yeah.
And all I have to do is like fix the pixels, and it's very easy to do that in that case, actually. So yeah, I do want to do that, but the fact of the matter is, like, it just ended up being more efficient for me to just like do the pre-scaling as I needed it because I knew what I needed to do. It was just very easy for me to get to that in the menu rather than like go to my computer and save and rename the profiles a bunch of times.
Right.
Like during the production of a video. I saw someone in the chat, I forget who asked it, but someone in the chat was asking what was the program I used to make that diagram. What
It's like draw.io or something like that.
Yeah. Draw.io or Drawio, super Drawio. That was it. I guess it's been going around lately. Like people have been showing like setup diagrams, making that like it's supposed to. I think it's supposed to be for like making like software workflow like diagrams, or how like a process works or something, or how an or a corporate organizational structure or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh man, I just saw a real angry face when you died there.
I know.
But yeah, draw.io. That was
yeah, I got to do mine, and I'm like so happy that a tool like that exists, but it doesn't make me like any more excited.
Have you done yours yet? Like I can share.
Like, I've thought about it, and I'm like, oh.
I'll share my file with you because that could give you like a starting point.
I just need to look at yours, I think.
Well, like you could like still like copy like the switchers the switcher like boxes that I made and stuff on it, I don't know if I did like the drawing the lines between stuff in the simplest possible way or not, because like I like had to some of the lines like that turned multiple times, like I had to use like different lines like together. But anyway, there was, several have come in the past couple of minutes. There was a notification that Joshua Helmicke has been a member for 49 months in a row.
Dang, almost that big 5-0.
Is anyone ahead of him?
I don't know.
Wow.
It feels unlikely.
Yeah, that does feel very unlikely. Anyway, he says, does anyone smarter than me know if people are working to bring Mason's HD NES packs to flash cards? Do you know what this is?
No,
Mason's
I heard him say
HD
something like, I think he
NES?
mentioned earlier, like a HD something. I mean, I don't even think that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be possible on a... Or wait, is it Messen?
Something like that, yeah.
Messen or HD packs? Okay, this does look like an HD pack builder. Or is there a video or images or something? How to use Messen HD packs. Let me look at this
Messen.
video.
It's like you messing. We don't messing with that.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Wow. Okay, this is neat. Like, there's,
Is there any way that something like that could ever, like, work?
No, that would never work on a flash cart. That would never work on a flash cart. Unless you were like, unless the flash cart was like the console. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like if the flash cart was the thing actually rendering the game and not the system.
Yeah.
Because this is like, this looks like it might be using the cadence of high. Like I'm looking at like this version of Zelda that's using like the cadence of Hyrule. I think that's what they are. I think it's the cadence of Hyrule sprites and backgrounds. Like, but Zelda 1. So I'm sure it's like emulating Zelda 1, but like replacing the sprites with that stuff.
I see.
It looks awesome. That is super duper cool. But yeah, that's... Hey, guess what? That's why it's cool that there's multiple ways to play retro games, because that's something you could never do on original hardware. I wonder if there's any chance you could do a version of that on Mister, maybe? Like, someone would probably have to make like a...
That seems like the only likely solution.
That would be like the closest
Outside
way
of
to like...
Retro Pie or something.
Right, I mean, that would be the closest thing to like a hardware version of that. Yeah, that's super cool. But I mean, me not being a, you know, a programmer or hardware designer,
Lots of missiles.
I imagine that would be very difficult. But you know, the cool thing about NES, you know, we learned this from Memblers, who is going to be in Analog Frontiers Part 4,
and he did the
was
sound for this.
credited for making the sound engine for this. Yeah, he has done a lot of sound engine stuff for NES Homebrew. You know, he told us that NES is kind of unique. The only other system that he can think of that might be able to possibly be able to do anything like this is like the Neo Geo, because he says there's so many signals that go in and out of the cartridge. And basically you could have like the entire NES game like basically rendered on the cartridge. So if the more and more powerful hardware you put in the cartridge as a mapper, you know, I've seen demos of things like, you know, it's got like a Star Trek episode or something like that, like running as FMV on an NES. Now, I think, you know, one of the limitations that you can't overcome, I believe, is like the color palette. I don't think that's possible. Although, I mean, again, you know, they do have stuff like, well, no, they don't have that for NES, I don't think. So I don't think that would work. But yeah, I think you are still limited by the color palette, but you can put all kinds of powerful hardware into an NES cartridge because there's so many signals going between the cartridge and the system. So you could just offload most of the rendering to the cartridge in theory. Pretty interesting. I mean, certainly it's the same Super FX chip for NES, but I think the amount, like, yes, that can do incredible things, of course, but I think, I mean, I'm just basing this on what he said, but I think he's still saying that there's like a unique amount of data that travels around, but between the NES and the cartridge, you know, that makes it so that you can handle most of the tasks external to the system. And I don't know if that's the case of how like Super FX works. I don't know. But anyway,
I feel like I've gotten so many missiles now that it's kind of saying you should use your missiles as like a normal thing to shoot with more often.
Oh yeah. Because Kurt X is saying someone did that with Doom by putting an FPGA into an NES cart. Yeah. Cheese Monster says you could still put AV outputs on the cartridge itself. Well, and just like, Crix made that RGB board.
Yeah.
Which I feel so bad that we haven't.
Well, no, he
done a
sent us
review of it.
a message recently
Oh, really?
and said that apparently he's, they're supposed to be sending another one. Because
that's
we got
great.
that one, they had the problem with it. They had the
Yes. There was a problem with the first boards.
Yes.
It could be fixed though, but we aren't people who can fix it.
Yeah, I mean, I might be able to, but it's not something that I want to risk the life of
Right.
certain things in my setup to get to work.
Right. Okay, well that's great because I felt really bad that I just got so busy and didn't get back in contact with them when I got the first unit because I told him too late. I was like, when the problem came out, I was like, oh, you can hold off on sending that because sending that review sample because we don't want to review it until it's the revised version comes out.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he had already sent it. So
yeah.
Or I don't know if I was talking to Crix himself or one of his
No, I think it's one of his
employees. People. But anyway, that's I'm glad to hear you've been in contact with them again.
Yeah.
That's great.
I mean, it's cool. I think that if we can manage to get this stuff out, on the days that we're saying we're going to get them out on, for the remainder of the year, I think, that just kind of signals that, we're kind of back in a good groove.
We're back.
And,
yes.
That's what I want to stay in that groove if we can.
Yeah. I mean, I've set a firm deadline for Analog Frontiers Part 4 as before Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Which was that February 29th.
It's happening. Also, I might possibly it's not set in stone, but
that'll be
might
good.
Actually,
I mean,
I might actually visit John around that time as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about doing a little trip and working on some DF retro stuff. I thought that I told John I think I could learn so much from you, working with you for a week, and learning your workflow and how you approach some of this stuff. So I thought it would be a fun sabbatical of sorts. After finishing Analog Frontiers, go work on something with John for a week. I thought that would be a valuable experience.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if that times out. But yeah, I think I'm feeling very excited.
That's good. I mean, it feels good to.
I mean, 2 videos in a week. After a slow year, that's.
Yeah.
It kind of does feel like we're back, right?
Yeah, and if I get that tour video out by the end of the year, and also our year-end video, that is that's good. I mean, we effectively have had more videos this month than the entire year. Right?
Yeah. I mean that often happens in December though. I feel like because those analog videos always sneak up on you. They tend to release stuff in December, and it's I know it's probably coming, and then you start thinking maybe it's not coming this month. Maybe I can squeeze in something else, and then it's oh nope, it is coming. Oh yeah, you really need to grind that energy, don't you?
Yeah.
Man, I'm falling behind on super chats. We're getting too chatty. Because there was $5 super chat from Mike Sherry. Thank you. Saying 8K, what most current consumer GPUs for PC can barely output at 24 FPS, let alone 60. Yeah, I can't remember if I ever said this in a video, but I think I might have. I feel like maybe I said this in response to a comment on the first 4K TV video that we did. Where people were like, "Oh, 4K is not going to catch on," it's not going to catch on, blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, higher resolution is always going to catch on. Like it's inevitable.
Yeah.
But like I think 4K was inevitable, but like I'm kind of second guessing 8K. Like
I think that.
I think it'll.
Like
it's just going to take a lot.
It's just happening too rapidly now. I feel like 8K will probably be a thing, but I don't feel like it'll be like this huge, like mass adoption.
I don't think it's really going to be a big deal until you are at least 50, and maybe I am at least 50.
That's. I mean,
it's going to be a while.
That's only 5 years, dude.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think at least it's going to take that long. And I don't. The thing is, like, the advancements are being. I think the advancements in games, is in making.
Is it like a bad idea for me to try to fight? Well, I guess like
with 2
Ridley.
energy, yes.
Well, no, but I'm going to go down and Ridley here, and can you? Is it like bad to beat Ridley first? Is it even possible to beat Ridley first?
Oh, you're trying to fight Ridley,
or do I not have?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, oh, there's a whole area. Like this is not happening.
But anyway, I mean, I so much of the advancement is going into making lower resolutions look better. A lot of the advancements in technology. There was a really interesting. Was it Alex on Digital Foundry? I think it was Alex was interviewing a bunch of people from NVIDIA, or I think he might have been interviewing like maybe some people from CD Projekt Red, and like 1 or 2 guys from NVIDIA at the same time. I think it was like about like Cyberpunk, like RT Overdrive mode or something like that. I forget exactly.
Okay.
But anyway, there was this guy from NVIDIA and some of the CD Projekt Red guys who were saying like, there's such backlash I think a lot of people have against, AI upscaling techniques, using like DLSS and stuff like that. Because people were like, oh, they're not real pixels. And like, they're saying, look, we've always been faking it. Like every technique, every tool that we've ever made for graphics rendering is a shortcut, and we're faking something. It's none of it's real. So just because it's AI generated doesn't make it less real. What they're doing is not. I don't think it should be thought of in the same way as like AI like generated art or something like that. It is using AI to identify patterns and images that humans couldn't reasonably compile the data for, right? Like, okay, this pattern, it can identify all these patterns and all these methods of improvement. And basically it's just another algorithm, but something that is made, I think more efficiently. That's my understanding. I've actually yet to even experience DLSS myself.
Yeah, same here.
I'm a console gamer, right? But yeah, I mean, I thought that was just an interesting way to look at it. It's like, look, like, doesn't like these. It's not that these are fake pixels; they're all fake pixels, right? Like it's always a shortcut, And people just, I think, are misunderstanding. Like, I guess it's a branding problem, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, like that's where the advancement is in making the image look better that way. Like, I mean, think like how much more bandwidth is it going to take to do good quality 8K video, right? Or to have the horsepower.
I mean, it's like, and they can't even manage what they have.
Yeah, so it's like, so for video, for like, I don't know. it doesn't seem it doesn't seem compelling. I thought higher resolution was always going to move forward, but it just doesn't seem compelling right now. So I would honestly not care.
Yeah, I mean,
what
really doesn't sound compelling? Like redoing everything again.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you already are avoiding doing that for HDMI 2.1, and I think you're smart.
Because I feel like I'm probably more interested in just like seeing what even comes after 2.1. Because I feel like calling it 2.1.
Well, I mean,
just makes it feel like
the one HDMI 1.0, like 1.3 and 1.4 were around for a really long time.
The one that was around for a long time. Yeah.
But still, like, but yeah, I mean, I think you're so smart for having done that. And the only, like, I was totally going to do the same thing, but the only thing was, like, you know, my C8 or C7 developed those streaks, and I'm just like, I can't live with this. I gotta get a new TV, and just the fact that I had an HDMI 2.1 capable TV meant that I had to try to get those features, and it's tough when you're trying to do a setup that's as complicated as what we're trying to do, and, you know, be able to capture and stream and, you know, have it all, have like not any compromise on like the features and features you can use while recording or streaming. The technology barely exists to not have a compromise on audio formats while streaming or recording. To not compromise on being able to use 120 hertz while streaming or recording, or VRR while streaming.
Not one thing is something else for sure.
If it's not one thing, it's something else. The technology barely exists to let you do all those things, and what is there barely works.
Yes.
It's so, like, HDMI 2.0 was much, like, it was a little challenging at first as well, but I feel like HDMI 2.1 has lagged so much. I mean, the consoles have been out for 3 years, and we only just got HDMI 2.1 capture cards, and they have all these limitations.
Yeah.
So it's crazy how that has lagged like that. But anyway, I'm way falling behind on super chats. I'm so sorry. Y'all are giving us good stuff to chat about. Can't help it. There was $10 super chat from EB Chill 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Saying
great video, guys. Anyone going to take the VR2 plunge for Resident Evil 4 VR2 coming this week? I did not know it was coming this week. I ended up clicking on a PlayStation blog article for something else. I don't remember what it was. And I saw like a banner at the top for Resident Evil 4 VR mode. And
they knew that they had to get out by Christmas, but like that's the crazy thing. Like PSVR 2 right now, it just like feels like such a mess.
It feels like it barely exists, and that makes me so sad because I want one really bad, but I'm also like worried, like is this even going to survive, because Sony has done such a bad job of supporting it. I want to play that RE4 VR mode real bad though. Like I really want to play it. Really want to play. Anyway, there was more to EB Chill 2's comment saying.
I mean, do you feel like less excited about playing it since you played through the game now?
Really? Not really. Like in some ways, like I feel like that makes it less scary because it's like, well, I've played the remake now, and I've played the remake now, and like it won't be such a learning curve, you know, that's like all in VR, you know, like kind of know what to expect in a way. I feel like that's I feel less scared about it. Like I was always excited to do it, but it also seemed intimidating to like just do that in the first place. So in some ways, I'm more excited. Like I mean, hey, I played through Dragon Quest I mean, of all things, Dragon Quest XI on PS4, and then I played the 2D mode on Switch when that came out.
Yeah.
I mean, normally these
What's
days,
that Dragon Quest Monsters game that I had no idea even existed until it came out?
Oh, well, they had it on Nintendo Direct a couple of times, or maybe it was only in the Japan Direct. I forget. I mean, it's a new Dragon Quest Monsters game. You play as I think it's Sorrow from Dragon Quest IV, the secondary villain.
Oh wow!
Kind of the main villain? Question mark. I mean, it's probably pretty good. I tried the demo. It was a little janky, but I bet it seems less janky than Dragon Quest Treasures, which I played the demo of that, and it was, I don't mind some jank, but the jank in that just made me sad. Anyway, there was more to EB Chill 2's comment, saying, my game completion this year is way down as well. Triforce's fault for compelling me to play Final Fantasy 14. My apologies.
I mean, did you play that a bunch this year again?
A bunch, because I did Endwalker last year, but
there's no new.
There was no new major expansion, but they do the interim storyline between each expansion is released in parts over the couple of years between expansions, right? So it's actually like the first time that I've been doing the new story as it came out.
Oh, I see.
It's been kind of cool.
Yeah.
I've always kind of liked doing the story.
The Wade beam would be vastly preferable to what I have here.
I for a long time I didn't want to do the expansions when they were brand new, because I thought I don't want to do it when people are running all around everywhere. I want it to be a little more of a solitude experience with fewer people standing around all of the quest points and stuff. But it's been fun doing the interim stories for sure. That way, it'll be nice to be, when Dawn Trail comes out next year, I'll be ready for it. I'm really curious to try the Xbox beta, which should be coming sometime between now and the next story expansion, because I think there's only one more story patch before Dawn Trail, and they said it was going to come out before that one. So I'm curious to try that beta. I mean, I'm sure I'll keep playing on PS5, but I'm just curious. I'm so sorry, everyone, that these are falling way behind. There was $5 super chat from Robert Hernandez. Thank you. Saying happy Sunday, everyone. Huh?
Said Robert?
Robert Hernandez.
Yeah.
Not Robert Carlson.
Oh, I know.
Saying happy Sunday, everyone. Two things I'm anxiously awaiting: Coury's room tour and Voltar's SNES mod. Let's go, boys. Bring more joy to the world. Wow. I mean, those
do our best.
Two videos that are happening. And then $5 super chat from Mega X6. Ooh. Saying gotta love some Metroid. Heck yeah. One of my favorite alerts that we've got on the Backloggery streams, I guess I'm not sure exactly what the commercial is for, if it's for Metroid or if it's for just the Famicom Disk System in general, but there's this live action video clip of an actor dressed up as Samus, flying through space, on top of a Famicom Disk System game.
Whoa. That sounds...
It's awesome. It's on top of the yellow disc, right?
Yeah.
And she's got her gun out and striking a cool pose, just surfing on that FDS disc, and Drum added text to it in the Metroid theme that says, "Don't forget to save your game," and so people can people can bring up that alert when they want to make sure that we don't lose progress after getting past a hard part.
What I did want to ask, I mean, speaking of like features like that, I mean, so when we released the video yesterday, it was the first time using the premiere function.
Yeah, we tried to do a premiere like right after it released, and like people were all like, "What's this?" Blah, blah, blah. I don't even remember what people had reasons for being unhappy about it.
I just think it was something that was like different.
It was too new. It was new, different. People hate things that are new and different, but now I think premieres are considered cool.
Yeah. If anybody here was in the premiere, do you think it was a cool way to watch it? Because I don't think we'll do that with like every single video, but I think about like big videos, like I think it's totally worth it. Like I wouldn't have done it with the projector video, but I would have totally like it makes sense for like I'll do it with my room tour video.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about Analog Duo? I mean,
yeah,
maybe.
I mean that could be,
to
but
be
I mean,
determined.
But that is a embargo day, so I wonder if it would even matter because everybody else is going to be whoever else is like reviewing it will have videos at that same time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I said to you, and I don't know if I like talked about it like in the actual chat during it because we were in there chatting while it was happening, but I was like, this is the first time I've watched an episode with like people at the same time. And it's like it's kind of nerve-wracking, you know.
You know, the funny thing was, you know, I went to my parents after finishing the video and getting it uploaded, and like you decide that morning, like we should do a premiere. Like it hadn't even occurred to me, and like, you know, because I'm waking up at like 11:30, or no, it was like
so I was going to release it
12,
at 10.
actually.
I'm like, but then
like
I saw that you said,
"Oh, I'm like, oh my gosh, look at the time." So I pick up my phone and I see you float that idea. And, you know, so, you know, I commandeer my dad's TV because he's got the only 4K TV in the house. And, you know, I grabbed my mom's laptop so I could, like, you know, chat on the computer. And, my dad, like, comes downstairs and, like, is looking at one of the comparisons. And, you know, it's got like the CRT filter and stuff on. And he's like, but that's bad video quality. And then like it snaps off and is like, you know, just the raw unfiltered game. And he's like, yeah, there, that's good. And I'm like, you don't know. But like it puts the thing into perspective, right? Like all these things we are trying to achieve, like, you know, we remember when we did the CRT video, I think there still was this idea. I don't think the idea of playing games on CRTs had really fully taken, like there were still large swaths of the gaming community, maybe less so in retro, but that didn't understand why like, or even had no idea that people still play games on CRTs, right?
Right.
And like we, you know, we kind of start off that video with like, wait, why would someone want to play on one of those old things? Which sounds like such a silly thing to say today, because I feel like people generally know why, right? Whether they do or whether they don't, whether they do use it or don't use it, they know why. But you know, like most of the world still thinks CRT equals bad quality, right?
Yeah.
And new TV equals good quality. Yeah. It's not that simple, you know. It's not that.
It is.
Simple.
I mean, it isn't that simple. But I mean, you know, like some people would say, like somebody said in our chat saying, like, you know, like the badness of it is kind of like what the appeal is.
Right. I mean, it is true that we are making some things bad,
like on purpose.
But then there's things like, you know, I you know, that Donkey Kong Country clip that I have in there was really cool for me, actually, because I remember before I even had the game, because I you know, I got my Super Nintendo the Christmas that game came out.
Yeah.
And I did get both the system and that game.
I am using a CRT
for Christmas. And I remember being in like Walmart or Kmart or somewhere, and I saw like I think it was like, I can't remember if it was like the game running on like a demo kiosk or if it was like just a video of the game. I can't remember, but I remember seeing it, and it was that temple level, and like the jungle background in that level. I remember looking at it and thinking it just looked like a photograph. You look at it now and it's like, oh, it doesn't look like a photograph. But then,
yeah, it's definitely not a photograph.
No, but like when you turn on that that IIR LPF, like that jungle background, it kind of starts to look like a photograph again. When you like that I don't know what it means.
Well, kind of like the same way.
LPF,
like
but
I always thought that the backgrounds in Final Fantasy VI, like the battle backgrounds, at times, like when you're like outside, like in the veldt or something like that. Like it looks very, like photographic, because especially those games that used all the possible all the colors that the SNES could display at once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, some of that stuff is there is some impressive stuff. Would I always play those games that way though? Maybe not. I mean, it depends on my mood.
Maybe.
Sometimes I want sharp pixels. Sometimes I,
Yeah.
But anyway, let's see, where were we? How did we get down that rabbit hole? There was a notification that Master Safer has been a member for 7 months in a row. Thank you. Saying, just got my first OLED ever, LG C3 55-inch. Congratulations. What game should I play on it first? Thanks for everything. Ooh. I got my C7, which was my first OLED. I got that the day after Final Fantasy 12 the Zodiac Age came out on PS4, which was the first system to get that version.
And you played it on version. Was the PS4 Pro out yet?
Yes, it was. I had the PS4 Pro before I had my 4K TV.
Okay.
And so now that version of the game only like it's 1200p. It's not like a big revelatory resolution boost. But it's still like, even that small boost once combined with like the colors of OLED and stuff, like it still seemed very impressive for me. So, that was I think a good way to experience that game, even though it wasn't like super high resolution or anything. The fact that it was still a boost at all compared to what I was used to still made it very impressive. I always like just playing like some Super Nintendo games on an OLED. I feel like the colors of Super Nintendo games really pop on an OLED. I used to try to make it a tradition. I don't really so much anymore, but I used to try and make it a tradition that like Super Mario Brothers was like the first game I played on any TV. But I don't do that so much anymore. Like I remember when I got my HD CRT back in the day. The first things I tested on it were Super Mario Brothers and Chrono Trigger. And S video for Chrono Trigger, of course, because that's the best the Super Nintendo can do, right? It was it was in America. It was at the time. I couldn't.
Oh, there we go. Very astute. Finally.
Oh, that'll help a ton.
Yes. Thank goodness. That's like what I needed, big time.
Yes.
Is that like half my damage?
I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah. This one doesn't have the gravity suit, right?
Yeah, because there's no like water or anything.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's very
like
suit. That is what it is. So, is what it is saying. I pronounce it Variasuit. That's why I said it's Variasuit, right? Or you mean just like where I said the Variasuit? Maybe is that what you meant?
yeah, I mean, I say Variasuit. Maybe it's Variasuit.
Now for screw attack.
I mean, now that I think about it, like I'm seeing Hattori Hanzo saying say barrier suit. Like, I wonder if that is like the original Japanese intention.
Maybe
Because like V's are kind of like B's, so Baria suit. That actually makes a lot of sense now that you say it. I don't know. I mean, you would say it in Japanese is like Baria suit. But I think it's okay to say in English it's Varia suit because that just sounds more natural in English.
Yeah. Where's the screw attack? I assume that's out of my reach right now, or can I go someplace and get that? I wonder.
I bet you have to kill Ridley first, but I don't remember for sure. There was a 499 from Pogue Squadron. Thank you. Saying, we love seeing your fur babies in the pre-show. I think I recognize Nelly, a.k.a. The Bean, but who was the kitty? Longtime viewer, amazing show, as always.
That's Sophia.
So Sophia the Third, as I like to call her.
Yeah.
You've had Sophia for a long time. She's a lot shyer and less cooperative, though, so she probably doesn't appear in videos too often.
Oh, yeah.
Sandy, do you want to say hi? Come here, Sandy. Come look what's on the screen here. It's Metroid. It's Metroid who she can't crawl. Can Sandy crawl? Come here, Sandy. Come say hi.
All right.
Yeah.
Did somebody tell me where the screw attack is?
Let me see. Oh, yeah. Look there.
So is it just like my damage is halved and that's it? Or is there any other like real benefits to the various suit here? Anybody can enlighten me.
There you go.
Okay, screw attacks and Ridley's there. Okay, should I do Credo? Crater?
On the backlogger, we like to call him K-Rat. We call him K-Rat and R Diddles.
Our diddles. Yep. Old diddles. Our diddles. That's good. I like it because
it's like your old ex-biggity.
Yeah, the ex-biggity. Yep. Ex-Biggles. The ex-Bigglesworth.
Oh, Dustin Gibbons says Norfair for screw attack.
Okay.
Mr. Dew says, has Sandy been spoiled by your parents' try? Oh yes, very much so. My mom was just with my aunt up in the Asheville area, and there's like some dog bakery up there, and like the past several trips she's made up to Asheville, like she always stops at the dog bakery and gets some treats for Sandy.
Oh, they're not actually baking dogs.
No.
I watched my favorite Christmas movie last night. I watched National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely my favorite Christmas movie. But he's like, when he's laughing, he's like,
oops. Are you there?
yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear what you were saying for some reason my notification list refreshed here. 1 second. Oh, and there was A $10 super chat from Doc Brown.
Oh,
Doc Brown himself. Great Scott. Thank you. Saying love the stream, guys. I love the idea that Doc Brown like came across time and space to just say great stream. I appreciate it.
Of all the things that old Doc Brown could be doing right now, made the time to show up.
Well, Doc Brown doesn't need to make time. He has all the time. He can be in any time.
He's not. He ain't getting any younger though.
Well, it's true, but you could.
Like,
you could hit all of the hot spots in time that you want to make, and apparently he thought that Coury playing Metroid on Super Nintendo was important enough to stop by. Makes you feel good, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, Retro YPBPR has been a member 36 months in a row.
Dang.
49, but that's up there. Very, very good. Thank you. Saying, I never actually played through a Metroid game. I think I should start with this or the Super Nintendo version. Well, this is the Super Nintendo first. The unofficial Super
I just
Nintendo
go straight to Super
version
Metroid.
of Metroid 1. Huh?
I would just play Super Metroid. If you haven't played one, I would just play Super Metroid.
I mean, this is a game that some people are going to get and some people are not, I think.
Yeah.
And I don't think playing Super Metroid first necessarily precludes you from going back and enjoying this game. So I would rather someone not potentially be turned off from the series by starting with this one, because it does have a steeper barrier of entry. I think you're right. I would say start with Super Metroid. Or if for some reason you want to start with a 3D one,
Yeah, I think the best one to
Metroid,
start with is
the
this
original
one.
Metroid Prime. Metroid Prime Remastered is one of the best visual remakes ever. It's even though it's just on the Switch, they did an incredible job updating the visuals of it in a way that stays so true to the feel of the original. And the gameplay is, for all intents and purposes, exactly the same. Very, very good port. But yeah, Super Metroid, I would say, is the one to start with. Or Zero Mission on
Zero Mission
on GBA is also a good starting point. I would not start with Fusion because it's different. A lot of people really love it. I came to like it more on a replay than I did my first time. And Dread is good, but Dread kind of continues so many different storylines.
Yes.
Even though it's not a story. The story of the series is not that important, but Dread very much follows up on Metroid Fusion's story. So I would not start with Dread. Dread is also very mechanically challenging at points.
There it is. I got Screw Attack.
Oh man, that's exciting. So, I Super Metroid on balance is probably the best place to start, but Zero Mission would also be a very good choice. I mean, Zero Mission is a remake of this. It's a pretty loosey-goosey remake. It's very much its own game. So that would be my recommendation. I would say either Zero Mission, Super, or Prime. Prime Remastered.
Mm-hmm.
So that was an incredible version of that game. It was, it was really, really well done. Oh, I apologize. There was. How would I have missed it? There was 499 from Franklin Brown.
Oh.
Thank you, but saying you skipped my first super chat. Really? Let me scroll down here. I very much apologize for that. damn it on this. Oh. Yes, you did. I am so sorry. Let me scroll back down and do that one first. So sorry. I mean, this is this is the challenge of monitoring the stream on a 768p TV with an old trackball with no scroll wheel. But that's just how I'm rolling tonight. Sorry about that. You said with a 499. I'm so sorry. Just beat Assassin's Creed Nexus VR on Quest 3 with over 20 million quests out there. Can you add it to the backloggery systems, please? Gizmondo's on there. I don't remember what Gizmondo is. I'm not the right person to ask about that. I mean, is Oculus Quest not on the backloggery? Like at all? Like that would really surprise me if it's not on there. I'm going to tell Drum right now. Request for Oculus Quest 3.
Oh yeah.
However, I'm not sure. He might have a freeze on adding new systems until the beta for the new version of the site is finished and that the new version of the site launches. I'm not sure if he might have a technical reason for not adding that platform for adding any new platforms right now. So Drumble is typing. Let's see what he says.
How do I get down here?
Yeah, I don't know if he says I'll put it on my to-do. Anyway.
How do I get down here?
But yeah, about the Quest, John has been raving about the Quest 3.
Yeah.
And he's been really surprised at like the visual quality of what that is possible, even though it's just a standalone unit. Because he was pretty down, I think, on like the earlier versions of the Quest. That because they're running on much less powerful hardware than like a PS4, so they were not very technically impressive VR games. But he said the quality is really good, and he also said he couldn't believe how good the streaming quality is. Like, you can do Wi-Fi streaming over your local network from your computer over Wi-Fi to the Quest. And he said, like, the latency was not noticeable. The video quality was, like, essentially indistinguishable from native, which... Honestly, that had me pretty intrigued. Other than the fact that you'd need a Facebook account.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know he was playing Assassin's Creed Nexus. He was really compelled by it. It actually sounds like a really great platform. If I do manage to visit John next year, I would love to try the mini VR headsets that he has.
Yeah. Does anybody know like how I get down there? Like I know that's where I gotta. Oh, I can go to the other. No, I can't get down there. How do I get down here?
On the backlogger, we call it good OJ and bad OJ, and Metroid. Some of you can go through without getting hurt, and that takes you somewhere else. That's the good OJ.
Cool decision.
But yes, let me scroll up to your new comment.
Really quick though, I see that Master Safe. I think it was Master Safe was wondering why I had some random clip from Fire Emblem in the projectors video. And the real answer is, at that point, I probably put that in there because I was just trying to fill gaps.
What game? Which Fire Emblem was it?
The GameCube one.
Oh.
And usually when if there's just like
that's
little
like
openings
the
in the
ugliest
timeline,
Fire Emblem game.
it's just like, all right, well, I'll just like put gameplay
I mean,
footage or something in here, something interesting.
I
look at all the clips of what I have shot and what's been used, and if there's, and I'll try to like usually put in the stuff that I haven't used yet.
Yeah. I mean, you have yet to play through any Fire Emblem.
Right.
I mean, Path of Radiance is a contender for my favorite Fire Emblem, but it sure is an ugly game. It was. I mean, it was considered ugly when it came out. But anyway, Franklin Brown's second super chat that reminded me, or didn't remind me, notified me that I had overlooked his first. Basically says some of the things I just said, saying skip PSVR 2 and get Quest 3 and stream wireless PC VR. Steam has its own app and it's simple. DF John has been loving it. Yeah. I mean, he's been raving about it to me directly as well. Steam has its own app, so you can play the Quest 3 games through Steam. Like, do you need a Facebook account to use it?
No, I don't think so anymore.
Really? Like, if you could use it with just like Steam, I mean, that makes it a lot more compelling to me. I mean, John was saying it's like really revelatory how like you can like practically like I think there's some games that have like augmented reality modes where like the camera is outside, project onto the screen, and you can like basically like wander around your entire house. Like as the play field.
I mean, I don't know. I wish that something like
in
that.
Theory,
like,
in theory.
I wish that I found like something like that kind of stuff like compelling. Like the idea, like maybe it is in practice, but just hearing that, it's like I don't care about that so much.
Well, I mean, I like the idea of the freedom that could be possible. Chris Ramsey says you could also wirelessly stream PC VR games on the Quest 2, but I wonder if it was as good a quality. I don't know if John had experience with the Quest 2 or not, but he was like really shocked at how good the quality is on the wireless quality on Quest 2.
So let's take place at my.
Replicant says John uses an app called Virtual Desktop.
It looks like it did combine the wave beam and the ice beam.
Oh, how did you do that?
It just does it automatically.
Oh, it just does it. Oh, okay. Replicant says John uses an app called Virtual Desktop to stream his PC to the Quest. He doesn't use the built-in AirLink. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Well, I will hold off on getting a PSVR 2 or anything like that until after I visit John, assuming we can make that work, because he's got like something stupid like 7 different VR headsets.
Yeah.
And I want to try them. I'm sure I will feel extremely excited to get one after that. Oh, Joshua Helmke says that beam will crush both bosses.
So like I've struggled, but like technically like I'm in pretty good shape then probably.
I think you are, yeah. Like if you just beat both of them, you can probably go to Torian, right? Is that how it works? It's just Ridley and are Diddles and K-Rad in the way of Torian? I think that's how it works. I feel like you don't have very many very much energy, but the fact that you've got those combined beams might be a perk nonetheless. now some of these chats are appearing out of order. So now I wonder if it was really my fault I skipped that. I hope I didn't skip anything else. Oh, weird.
It's so weird.
So, because, like, there was notification that Legendary K4 has been a member for 10 months in a row saying, love the recent videos. Please read Franklin Brown's super chats. But now Franklin Brown's chat is under the Retro YPBPR one. But it was above it before. You know what I found? Like, maybe there's just a quirk of
Are you just viewing it on YouTube? Or are you
this monitor.
viewing it, like, on Streamlabs?
No, I'm viewing it on Streamlabs. But when I was on YouTube scrolling through comments on the new video, I was like, just on this computer, I was like seeing like some comments like were like appearing like twice in a row as I scrolled. So I don't know, maybe scrolling is just screwed up here, or
Get out of there! Come on.
Interfaces are
doing?
not designed for 768p monitors.
I think I'm stuck. Am I stuck?
Oh no, did it freeze?
No, I'm just like stuck. There we go.
Wait, she's not moving?
I was just like, I was jammed in there. And I was too.
I might.
If I could crawl, I could get out of it. But
I think I'm a good bit behind wherever you are in the stream, so I'm not seeing what you're. Oh, I see. Yeah, if only Metroid could crawl.
yeah,
Yeah. Sorry about that. I
I mean that's just like a.
don't know why. I mean, it's true. I can't scroll. I cannot scroll. Not easily. I should probably get a better mouse for this computer sometime at my parents' house.
All the way up and around.
So yes, sorry about that. It is not intentional at all. Hopefully, I'm just checking to make sure I didn't skip anything else recent. 'Cause I thought I was being pretty good about it. Alright, I think the only thing I haven't done, aside from Shadow Mask having been a member 31 months in a row with no notification, there was no message. There was also a message that Zane's dad has been a member for 34 months in a row. Thank you! Saying, you said only 60p content could be in HDR on the Tink 4K. Could you use the Tink 5X to prescale to 40p to 1080p 60 and to Tink 4K and HDR it then? I'm sorry, I'm trying to parse this.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it too.
I'm trying to parse this. 60p. So I'm assuming you mean like 60 hertz content? Only 60 hertz on content could be in HDR on the Tink 4K? Could you use the Tink 5X to prescale 240p to 1080p 60 into the Tink 4K and HDR? You can use HDR on anything on the Retro Tink 4K. There's no limitations on what you can use HDR on. What does anyone know what I might have said that could have caused that confusion? You can use HDR on any content on the Retro Tink 4K. It doesn't matter. You can only input, the maximum input is 1080p 60. Maybe you're thinking of, you don't thought it was 60p. What do you mean by 60p?
Maybe 60 hertz instead.
I mean, he is Zane's dad. He might be just trying to make some sort of dad joke that I'm not proud with it. Not parsing. Is he talking about literal 60 lines vertical? Oh, you're talking about BFI. You're talking about black frame insertion. I think you're talking about black frame insertion. So, to use black frame insertion, you can't output higher than 1080p. Or excuse me, you can output 1440p. You can do 1440p 120 or 1080p 120. So, and you can use HDR with that. I don't really use the BFI on the Tink because I have BFI on my TV. So I don't need it. And that way I can always use 4K output. So, correct. So, but BFI, you don't want to use it on games that are 30 FPS. You only want to use it on games pretty much that are 60 FPS. Now, there are other BFI modes on there that I haven't really explored. They're like more meant for movies and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I think there might end up being even more modes. Like there's some modes on there that are meant to give like the look of like a 24 FPS cinema projector.
Yeah.
Which I don't like fully understand how that works, but anyway. Yeah, it's not that you can't use black frame insertion on 30 FPS games. But it just looks bad. Basically, black frame insertion looks bad if the frame rate isn't anything other than half of the black frame insertion rate. So it's inserting frames at 120 hertz. It's inserting a frame every other frame, so you essentially get 60 frames within that 120 hertz container with black in between. So what happens if you are playing a 30 FPS game? It just kind of looks like there's a double image. Now, John says like, oh, but you get the same effect on a CRT with 30 FPS, and I just don't perceive it that way on a CRT. Like, I don't see the double image on a CRT, but I totally see the double image on the.
Never really thought about it like that, but it does
on black frame insertion. Like, I just don't see it. Like, it does not look bad. Like, 30 FPS does not look bad to me on a CRT, but it looks bad to me with BFI.
Come on. Am I going to really actually be stuck here? Come on.
But yeah, I don't see it that way for some reason. But anyway, yeah, so I recommend only doing it on...
I'm going to do it?
You just live with the blur with 30 FPS games, but with 60 FPS games, you can really make them look sharp. I think it looks great. So, because, even the 30 FPS games are output within a 60 hertz container. So, that's it doesn't know that it's a 30 FPS game. Now, you could, in theory, I guess, like, pulse at a rate that would work for 30 FPS games, but it would look awful because it would be pulsing only 30 times per second, and you would see that flicker very clearly. It would look awful. Like, as it is, like PAL 50 hertz flicker, like, I think it's pretty noticeable. Like, I can sit down and play something at 50 hertz, like, and after a little bit I get used to it. But, like, at first, it's very jarring. It's like, oh, wow, that is definitely flickering in a way that I don't notice at 60 hertz on a CRT. But, like, yeah, the strobing is obvious to me on a CRT at 50 hertz. And it would be even more so for a 30 FPS game if they actually blanked at the rate that would work. It would look terrible. But there is blanking that works for 24 hertz. So, like, they've got a method that works with it for 24 FPS movies. So, I don't know. Like, maybe there'll be a feature in the future, or maybe it's already there and I just don't know it because I've barely touched the BFI because I don't need to since I've got it on my TV. But I don't know. I don't know. See, Kaylee Gamer says PS2 interlacing even at 60 hertz is horrid in my opinion. Joe Redifer is always like poo-pooing PS2 interlacing too. I think what he doesn't like about is that sometimes like it gets like hung up on a field.
Yeah.
Like I feel like you see I feel like you see it most often like between like loading screens or something like that, where it'll just like freeze on a field for a moment.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't particularly bother me. I feel like PS2 interlacing looks PS2 just has like a really crisp look to it that I love. And I feel like the interlacing is part of that.
Yeah,
so
well, I
don't
like
know.
how it looks on a CRT. Like,
I love how PS2 looks on a CRT, but yeah, I mean, but obviously some people, you know, like K-League Gamer and Joe Redifer disagree. We got CGQ Chris in here saying to try to get that headset at Office Depot. Does it look that way? I got it at
Office Max, maybe. Like
I got it on. I got it on Amazon. It was really cheap, but a friend was using it and said it like I was like, oh, that sounds really good for how cheap it is. And I didn't have like another USB headset, and I thought it would just be convenient. And I don't know, it sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
Mr. Dot says
it sounds like a USB headset.
Well, but it's clear and understandable, is it not?
Yeah. It sounds like you'd. It sounds like it looks.
Well, maybe someday I'll set up a more better microphone setup so I can be a more better stream co-host when I visit my parents. We'll see. Well, Metal Nick says my voice is crystal clear, not even close to 360 chat mic quality. Now, I thought about bringing that Xbox headset, that 20th anniversary headset that Andy64 gave me.
Yeah. I
thought about bringing that, but I'm not sure if that would work because it's not a USB headset. It's like, you know, the 3-pole 3.5 millimeter. I don't know if I can use that on my computer. I bet that sounds better, but I don't know. I like this headset good enough. You know,
it does the job that it was designed for.
It does the job it was designed for.
While looking the part. The foam earpieces, like the little foam earpieces will.
Oh sure, I mean that's classic, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm
gonna take that one.
Oh, and there
Riddles.
was also a $2 super chat from Sotonist.
Oh.
Symphony of the Nightist. Thank you. Saying, ever played Door Kickers Action Squad? Very fun.
No, it's not. It sounds awesome. I love that name.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like Resident Evil door opening the game. Resident Evil 4 door opening. Let me... Door Kickers. Ooh. I see they're... Oh, it's a game series. There's Door Kickers Action Squad, and there's also Door Kickers 2 Task Force North.
Task Force what?
North.
Oh.
I mean, it looks like a Sprite Steam game. Well, I guess it's on Switch, it's on Xbox, it's on PlayStation, it's on Apple Arcade. Oh, Strictly Limited Games did a physical of it. It's out of stock. Let me look at some screenshots.
Oh, I saw that my Broforce is finally gonna ship.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I got an I mean, I didn't order it, but I got an email update on like what's shipping and stuff. Yeah, looks like it could be a fun little game there. Unfortunately, missed that physical though.
Jeez.
Headset was Nintendo Game Counselor standard issue circa 1992.
There you go.
I mean, it is USB.
So it is. Maybe it is like appropriate.
Yeah. Well, sure. Yeah. There you go. But it's USB, so they wouldn't have had that back then. I don't even know when USB like became a thing. When did USB? I'm gonna look that up right now. I bet it didn't really become a thing for a while after it was standardized, though.
Yeah.
USB standard for computer data connections. Let's see. According to Wikipedia, it was designed in January 1996 and produced since May 1996.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's funny is
There you
so
go.
the reason I'm like actually excited about Broforce is because it included Demon Throttle in it.
You mean it included, or it was just part of your order?
That's yeah. I mean, that was like part of.
You ordered it at the same time,
Yes.
and it was holding up your order for that for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I ordered that in July of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
Well,
I wanted to play Demon Throttle
More than Broforce.
a lot more than Broforce. But what's funny is about a month ago, Demon Throttle is $15 on Amazon So I just bought it. So I bought it.
No. Oh no. It's pretty hard.
Yeah, but I just think it's funny.
I mean, I've not seriously tried it, but like it seems like it has a good bit of challenge.
Can I not get up here? Like,
I'd like to co-op it with drums sometime. We should do that on a Backloggery stream.
I gotta go all the way down and around and do this to make this work. That just seems like a real pain in the butt to get around.
But yeah, I did like. What's funny to me is that Demon Throttle has a CRT
Bomb the
filter
floor.
in it, but like to me, like it seems like it's trying to be like a Game Boy Color game to me. So that's why in the clip that I had in the RetroTink video, that's why I did like an RGB LCD filter on it, because I think that's what it looks like. You know, I think something like Panzer Paladin is like somewhere in the middle. So I had like a CRT style shot of Panzer Paladin and also a like a GBA LCD style shot, because it kind of looks like.
Thanks for the heads up, Turbo X-Ray.
I think Panzer Paladin looks more like an NES game, but like the low resolution, I could see people thinking that it maybe should have more of like a Game Boy Color look.
No!
No.
It's just intentional to make you have to go around and get it, though, I'm sure.
Oh, I think I know. It sort of seems familiar.
Yeah. It seems like just like an intentional thing. Like, I don't even think you can jump enough to...
Yeah, I remember that. It's like, it's so hard to remember exactly which one you fell through. Okay, it was two tiles before the energy tank. Was where it was.
I don't know how I recovered that. I did think it was funny, like the people that commented on the RetroTink episode saying, like, you know, like what are those like the movies that I used, or like one person like why, like what was that one movie with the lady from Cheers like shooting a machine gun?
It looked awesome.
Yeah, it's Canadian Bacon.
Oh.
You know, I have a bunch of VHS like off-air recordings that I got
Yeah,
from my
oh,
grandma's house like after she passed away, and it was like I just grabbed one, and that's an off-air recording of Canadian Bacon. Was what was on it.
Yeah, I mean, seeing like the channel bug in the corner was like what made that clip.
Oh yeah, it was
good.
like USA.
Yeah.
That's like one of many videotapes I got from her house. Yeah, it's what is her name? Rhea Perlman. Rhea, I think it is. Rhea.
Any relation to Ron Perlman?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it is John Candy's last movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh.
All right, we're gonna fight some our diddles. I love that name. That's good.
Well, it all started because Drum said that like back when he was a kid, like he said K-Rat. Like
Yeah.
that was how he actually said.
I feel like that was like in something.
I don't think so. So we like when he ever since then we've always said K-Rat on backloggery streams, and then we came up with our diddles.
Oh, hi Ridley. I'm just gonna stand on your fire and shoot you.
Oh, she's Danny DeVito's wife. I see. Yeah, now that you say that, I feel like I've been down that Wikipedia rabbit hole before. Man, I think people are like way ahead of me on the stream because I just saw you standing on the frozen fire. and Kay says that seems rude standing on his fire.
It's the frozen flame.
Yep. Gotta sneak into what is it, General Viper's mansion.
Oh yeah. Oh. Okay, so I have 6 energy tanks now. I know at least where the 7th one is. I mean, is Mother Brain even that difficult in this? If you're like fully equipped, is it pretty...
It's not really Mother Brain as much as it is the SpaghettiOs.
Oh yeah.
The SpaghettiOs are definitely difficult. It's almost more difficult like getting up to Mother Brain without taking too much damage. Like once you get up to Mother Brain, if you did pretty decent on the approach, it's not that bad, if I recall. Well, yeah, Mr. Dude, you did say you went to Joshua Tree National Park, didn't you? No, I'm not. It's a comfy shirt, and I saw it hanging up, so I put it on. I have a bunch of national park shirts.
But in terms of like the other movie I showed a bunch is The Crow, which is like one of my favorite movies.
Was that Laserdisc?
Yeah. And it's one of 3 Laserdiscs that I have.
Mm-hmm.
And I sort of felt like it was probably the Laserdisc that if I show a clip from it, I was least likely to get flagged for it, I guess.
What are the others that you have?
2001: A Space Odyssey and Alien.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the easiest one to do.
Yeah.
Safest.
I mean, The Crow is like, yeah, I see Backstreet's Back, all right, says Crow has one of the best soundtracks, and I would say that it's like probably my favorite like movie licensed soundtrack. Where it's all made up.
I need to watch it again. It's been a while.
Oh, it's such a good movie.
I mean, I think I've told the story before how like I remember seeing like long time ago, like probably, I don't know, it's probably in like middle school or something, and I remember seeing like the very end, like my uncle was watching the movie and it was like the very end, and like I was watching the credits, and like, you know, there was like in memory of at the end, or I don't remember how it's worded, but like it was very clear that it wasn't just like in memory of someone, but it was like in memory of someone who died making this movie.
Yeah.
And like the idea that like someone died making a movie was like really scary to me.
Yeah. Then
And like I just
did it like
remember
blow you away
that
when he was like, oh my god, it was like the main actor.
Well, yeah, I didn't know that for a long time. Yeah.
But that makes it even crazier though, right?
I know, but like, yeah, it was just like I remember that like that it was just like it was a scary idea,
Yeah.
and I was like kind of scared to actually watch the movie for a long time,
Really?
like watch the whole thing just because like the idea of that just like I don't know, it just was scary to me.
So I guess you were not like renting Faces of Death when you were a kid.
No.
I remember the one time we like rented one of the Faces of Death, and those were so weird because like they were half the stuff in them was not real. But then it would show like, oh, this boxer died in the ring or something like that, and they would show that.
You know, my uncle, I wonder if he still has them. Like, he had like a ton of
Faces.
like a huge collection of like off-screen recording, or not off-screen, off TV like movie recordings.
Uh-huh.
Like, I wonder if there's, you know, if they still exist. Like, I wonder, you know, I mean, that kind of stuff is interesting to go through. You never know what kinds of commercials or
Oh, yeah,
anything else
yeah.
could be on it, you know. But I have no idea if they still exist. Should try to find out sometime.
Oh, I heard about that hockey player. Like a hockey player died recently, where someone checked him and like hit him in such a way that, and this is like live on TV.
Oh,
Like
gosh.
they like cut his skate, like cut his throat or something like that.
Oh, I might have heard something about that.
Which is just like absolutely insane. And like, and all the people that were there. And the thing is, like, I didn't even think it was like a real game. I think it was just like an exhibition thing.
Ugh.
I know. I mean, I just can't even imagine like seeing that because, you know, like that's the kind of stuff that'll like just mess you up. Like,
Yeah,
like kids
like-
that were there, like that could like mess them up and give them like nightmares for life.
Yeah, I mean, and like does anyone there go to a hockey match ever again?
I don't know. Let's get out of here. Yeah. I was just watching a thing about Final Destination. Like that. Like have seen several movies with like plane crashes, and I feel like it's like ruined flying a lot for me.
Well, I thought you said you'd been getting better.
Yeah,
About
I mean, I have been getting better, but then like recently, I don't know if you heard me talk about it. Like I think it was when I was in Florida last time, coming back. When I was in Florida for work, coming back, it was like for some reason we had like a whole bunch of turbulence. And it was one of those situations where, like, you know, I had been doing fine flying. Like, I don't, like, sometimes I would, like, slip down on my seat and I just kind of, like, grab on a little bit. But I was getting used to it, and I was, like, that wasn't really happening anymore. I hadn't really done that maneuver in probably, like, over a year. And
Yeah.
I was, just, like, out of nowhere. Like, we hit this bit of turbulence, and it was like so quick that like I flew up like out of my seat, and it just like happened. And it's like, so now I'm like gripping my armrests again. Just, and it's like when it happens, you're not like expecting it at all, and that's what makes it even scarier. Because like, did anybody know that was going to happen, or like was that bad that just happened out of nowhere? You know what I mean? Like, was that turbulence or something worse?
Yeah, it didn't last. It was just like one big hit.
Right.
That is weird.
Yeah, really, really scary. But, whew. And like I said, I've been getting a lot better with my flying. Like I just don't like it. I always like joke that like I think it's because I saw too many movies with airplane crashes, like Die Hard 2, and then there's this movie called Alive, about like the soccer team that got like based on a true story where they like crashed in the mountains, and they were like had to like eat the like the deceased to survive. That was like the whole thing that people talked about with that movie, or like just that event, like, oh, they had to like eat.
What about that movie Plane that was a meme for a minute?
Yeah,
because of the trailer, just because of the way that the title was revealed.
Yeah. Play. But there's this in that movie in Alive. There's like the plane crash is like really horrific because the back of the plane breaks off and just like, you know, the people are buckled in. It's just like those people are the, you know, like definitely like, you know, dying in that moment. You know, and that's why I'm like, oh, do I want to sit in the back of the plane? Because I think about that now. But does it even matter? I mean, would I rather die that way? Or have that happen and still be alive to, like, think about what's going to happen next? This is like, sorry, this got real dark here. I just think that flying is.
I mean, I think you end up flying a whole heck of a lot more often than I do.
Right. Well, because now I got to fly a bunch for work, but.
Yeah, I mean, when we. Honestly, I don't know. It had been a long time since I flew. You know, I flew the first year I went to MagFest.
Right.
Because like I'd never really driven that kind of distance before, on my own anyway, and so I was like kind of nervous about driving. I mean, even though it's only 6 hours, but you know, I was nervous about it, so I flew.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem driving that kind of distance anymore. But that, I think that was the first time I'd flown since like near the end of high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then, we started doing it more often because, like, you and I would get invited to conventions. I think the first time I flew for a convention that you and I were invited to was the one in Quebec.
Right.
The G anime.
Yeah.
I mean, CD Reed 3000 says more likely to die in a car accident than on an airplane statistically, if I remember.
Yeah.
Correctly. I mean, that's what Superman said.
Yeah, and I mean that's like the truth. Though.
I mean,
because you don't. Do you hear about? You don't hear about plane crashes like that. They don't happen that often.
Yeah. I mean, I've always kind of liked flying. Like, I mean, I don't like dealing with the airport, and I don't like the tight quarters of the seats.
How do I get this? Do you know how do I get that? How do I get that?
I like, especially if it's like a clear day and you can see the ground really far away. Like, I enjoy just looking out the window and like looking down on the ground.
Like that, I guess.
Stuff. I like that. Speaking of cramped quarters on planes, like, does anyone else do this? Like, you're supposed to have your I guess it's not your carry-on bag. I guess it's your personal item. You have your carry-on luggage that can go overhead, but then you can have a backpack or whatever, right? That can go with you. But they always want you to put it under the seat in front of you, right?
Yeah.
And like, that's just like so profoundly uncomfortable. Like, I wish they would let you put your bag under your seat, right? Because like, I want to like have my leg room, right? So like, I usually like, because the stewardess will call you out on it if it's just under my legs. Like, I just kind of had to try to have it under my legs. I've tried to do that a few times where I just have it under my legs and just like kind of try to position my legs in a way. Because like my backpack is black. Well, it depends on which. Well, I guess it depends on if I'm bringing my camera backpack. That one's still dark blue. Like, so, like, I try to have it to where they can't really see it, or, and sometimes I get away with that. But then like after we take off, like if it's like, if it's just like a connecting flight that's like an hour long or something, sometimes I'll just suffer through it. But usually, if it's more than that, I have it under the seat in front of me, but then like I pull it out and like have it under my legs, and then I'll usually see if I can get away with it being under my legs for landing. I mean, I want to put my legs under the seat in front,
Yeah.
Like, it's like super uncomfortable to like not be able to stretch your legs out that way. Lynn says, try attempting to undermine plane safety over here. I mean, is it safe? How is which seat your bag is under about plane safety, huh? I mean, if your bag goes under the seat in front of you, then someone else's bag could, in theory, be under your seat. So I don't really know. It doesn't really matter which direction it goes.
I mean, it just depends on if there's nobody behind you. I just think, I've always just put it in front of me because that's what you're supposed to do.
I mean, it is what you're supposed to do, but like after you take off, like I couldn't stand like a full flight not stretching out my legs like that.
But I mean, you can't do it if somebody's stuff is already there, right? Behind you.
Well, yeah, but it's not like really under the seat. It's like under my legs.
Oh, I guess it just has to do with like how much you have in your bag too.
I mean, it's just a backpack.
Yeah. But I mean, like, a lot of times mine have, like, a lot of stuff in it. Just trying to get this stupid old crate here.
I'm not talking about under the seat, because that would take up their space. I'm talking about under my legs. I don't see how that could possibly be a problem. I mean, sometimes I try to suffer through it, but it's so uncomfortable to not do that. Foreside Asset Management is asking, have you guys played Hyper Metroid before? It's a fan.
No.
I did play AM2R, though. I played that for the first time this year. And it's very impressive. Very, very, very impressive. I kind of expected to feel like it wouldn't be that great and that people only held it up because they were mad about what Nintendo did. And also the fact that it released in a pretty similar time frame as Samus Returns on 3DS, and I feel like that game was kind of derided only because people were mad about AM2R. And Metroid Dread, same developer, widely loved game. I actually kind of liked Samus Returns a little bit better myself. I think Metroid Dread is probably the better made game, and I think it was more just like a right time, right place thing for me that I just I don't. There's no clear reason for why I liked Samus Returns more than Metroid Dread, but because I'm sure Metroid Dread is probably the better game, but I don't know. I just, for whatever reason, I had a better time playing Samus Returns at the time that I played it. Another day, another time, might have been the reverse. Who knows?
Yeah.
But anyway, that's how I expected to feel about AM2R. But it is legit very impressive. Unbelievable that so much effort and design effort went into it. I mean, it's not as much of a straight remake as I thought it would be. It's more of an inspired by Metroid 2. It's really a totally new game. It's probably even more different from Metroid. It's definitely more different from Metroid 2 than Zero Mission is to Metroid 1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's very, very different. It's extraordinarily well made. There were parts that I was frustrated by, for sure. Some parts that I thought might have been a little designed for the enjoyment of speedrunners that might have not been so much my thing. But what was really cool about it was that the developer actually showed up in our Twitch chat.
Oh, that's cool.
And I think several people who contributed maybe some art assets and other things to it. Some people who I think maybe if I remember right, I think the person who held the world record speedrun in it and stuff showed up too. Yeah, a bunch of the community surrounding that game showed up on our stream, which was pretty cool. But the thing that I thought was the coolest was that the lead developer works at Moon Studio now, the Ori devs.
Oh, interesting.
So that's that's awesome.
Yeah. Got them the job, I'm sure. How do I get up here? No. Oh, I need a... You know what? I almost feel like it'd just be easier to kill myself.
B Fish says, not a fan of either AM2R or Samus Returns' remakes. They both completely misunderstood what Metroid is, a slow, claustrophobic, pseudo-horror game about being lost both geographically and morally. I mean...
Wait, what? Between AM2R and the remake?
Like, not a fan of either, because they misunderstood what Metroid 2 is. I mean... You know, Metroid 2 is Metroid 2, you know?
Yeah.
And the remakes, I don't think, take away from that. They're both radically different games from the original, and, you know, aren't replacements for the original.
Yeah. Oh, did you see the $5 from Robert Hernandez?
I did not. Why am I getting bad at this? Sorry about that. Saying, oh goodness. Saying, thanks guys, I'm literally on a flight tomorrow morning and now I'm freaking the heck out. I'd better be back next week handing out super chats. Oh, you will be. You'll be fine. Get some good sleep. Don't let us be the last thing you watch before going to sleep. Like go play some Vampire Survivors or whatever you do before you go to bed.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Just play some Vampire Survivors on the plane. Wow, that's for sure.
There's no airplanes in Vampire Survivors, so it's all good.
Yeah.
I just unlocked the limit break.
Oh.
So that's I haven't gotten
that kind of changes things pretty.
I haven't gotten to put it to use yet. Well, that's what caused your game to like move it like
well, it's nice.
2 frames every 4 minutes or something like that.
Something ridiculous.
Or seconds, like a frame per 2 minutes or something.
Yeah. All right, where am I going?
There's another miss from Chicken and Fish. I did not.
Oh yeah, I saw that, but it's not showing up in the list either.
So you have the list open too.
I do, but I'm like not looking too closely.
Yeah, it's not here.
But it's right in the chat there though. It's like really like just scroll up just a touch.
Oh well, that's not missing it.
Yeah.
There's always a little lag. That's not missing. I knew it was there. I was just finishing up our thoughts about Metroid. Yeah, I did not miss that. That wasn't missed. That was just, lag. Saying I got a new drum set recently. It's cool. Remember, even though the world's been destroyed twice, sold a memory card. Coury sold a memory card to Snoop Dogg. Brave Fencer Musashi forever. Even though the world's been destroyed twice. Coury sold a memory card to Snoop Dogg. It's true.
It's true.
It's true. Well, it's true within the context of that Kimco RPG. What if you were actually a character in that Kimco RPG?
I feel like
all this time and we didn't know it, and like that's what he's referring to. Like maybe he didn't learn that information from the stream. Like maybe you're a character in that Kimco RPG and you just walk up to you and you're like, I sold a PlayStation memory card to Snoop Dogg. Like, is that what you would want your NPC to say in an RPG?
Probably not.
What would you complain?
No, I think that'd be funny. Like of all the things, that they chose to have me say.
Yeah.
But if it was never if I was never given the option, like that's probably not what I would choose. I mean, that's not what I would have chosen. If I was never given the option, that's like what they had my character say. I'd be like, oh, that's kind of neat.
I mean, next.
My
next
real question is like, what would Snoop Dogg think about me saying that in a Kimco RPG? You think? Do you think he'd care? No.
No.
But he's like, oh, I remember that.
What if he does?
What if you remember that? Yeah. That would be shocking. That would be like one of the most shocking things I've ever heard in my life.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, think about it. You. I mean, you probably remember most times you bought a PlayStation memory card in your life.
Yeah, I could wake up tomorrow with my head sewn to the carpet, and I would be less surprised than I would be.
I mean, maybe, you know, next time you kickstart a game, and like, you know, you kickstart it at the tier of, you you get to show up in the game. Like that's what you can have your character say.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Wait, there was an earlier chicken and fish I missed? Are you serious? Well, first of all, even the most recent chicken and fish isn't in my list here. Let me... this is not... Well, there is no chicken and fish on my list. What? What
Jeez.
the heck? Why do I have no chicken and
And
fish?
accosted by
I would love to
Metroid
have
like
chicken.
straight out of the gate.
I would love to have some chicken and fish. Wow, why? Actually, I think I'm missing a... Well, maybe not. I don't see it. Does anyone remember what chicken and fish said? I cannot find it on my list.
I thought the only way to get rid of them is to like... This is ridiculous right now.
I greatly apologize.
Yeah, how many E-tanks do I need to fill?
Oh, okay. I
Come
see.
on!
For some reason, okay, the other one, they were both recent. I see. Well, for some reason, neither of them are on my master list. Don't know why. But yes, previously, Chicken and Fish said, I'm a big SpaghettiOs fan. Currently playing Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. Sometimes progressive mode on my Trinitron, but sometimes HDMI on my cheap LCD. Well, you know, whatever you're in
These
the
things-
mood for.
The
Including
SpaghettiOs do not give
including
me
spaghetti.
life, health, right?
SpaghettiOs are death. Oh, you're in Torian.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it. Yeah, SpaghettiOs. Unlike floor ice cream, SpaghettiOs do not give you health.
That stinks. That'd be extremely useful.
Yeah. Oh, you mean do they drop health?
Yeah.
Oh, that I don't know, honestly.
I mean, it doesn't seem like they do. That'd be a game
Yeah, they-
changer if they did. That'd be nice.
Yeah. Drummel says, just like in real life, SpaghettiOs have no nutritional value. I mean, you know, I infamously do not like spaghetti, but I did sometimes eat SpaghettiOs as a kid. I mean, I haven't had SpaghettiOs in many years, but somehow I suspect I would still like SpaghettiOs more than spaghetti. I kind of want.
Oh, you don't like spaghetti, do you?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I hate spaghetti.
That's insane.
I mean-
insanity to me, really. But
I mean, like I like stuff like lasagna because like it's got like enough other ingredients. Like I can tolerate spaghetti if it's got like a lot of meatballs in it or something. But just like pasta, and the red sauce. Like something about that combination and nothing else is like super disgusting to me. And always has been. But like yeah, like it needs like meat and cheese and stuff, like for so like that's why I like lasagna is good. But
What is
man,
the
you're
difference
going-
between like these different colored Metroids? Some of them are kind of like orangish.
Are they? Are you? Maybe it's. I thought they were all the same. Or are you? Maybe they're just like freezing at a different color or something. Maybe they're just like rotating colors. I don't know.
Oh, here we go.
But yeah, now I kind of want to try SpaghettiOs again because I'm sure I would still like it more than spaghetti. Oh yeah, you're right. Some of them are weird colors. Maybe I wonder if it's just a quirk of the Super Nintendo port. Or that one's like flashing kind of weird. Oh, I'm sure I'm way behind. I mean, isn't SpaghettiOs just like noodles and like tomato soup? It's tomato soup, isn't it? Which like I don't think tomato soup is amazing or anything, but I can eat it. What's so tricky about these barriers is that they regenerate if you don't,
That's it.
hammer it.
I'm not gonna do that again unless they start me with.
Oh,
Are they all dead? Do they stay dead? You think the Metroids stay dead? Or not?
Metroids aren't that tough. Oh, you can do
I know.
it. Come on.
I just don't want to go through the whole thing like every time.
Surely there's somewhere you can grind before going in here. Can you not?
I don't know. I've
Or
got
do you
no-
really have to like go all the way through Torian?
Yeah, and I like have no missiles left either.
Oh well, I do the barriers. Are you asking about the Metroids or the barriers? I feel like do the barriers stay dead? Okay, so Dimensium says Metroids do not. Zebite gates do. Metroids give lots of missiles and energy. So the gates stay gone.
Okay.
So that's a game changer, right?
Yeah. But not the thing in Mother Brain's room. That goes,
The gates that you like destroyed, like those stay gone, I think.
did I destroy, like, going in the Mother Brain's room or the ones
Yes.
just like the door?
Like the gates, those gates that took a bunch of missiles, they stay dead,
Oh.
which I think is pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's a huge deal.
So I think it's worth it. You can do it. You got it. Josh Nichols is saying farm Metroids. Can you like go into one? I think that's right. I think you can go into a room and then they respawn. You got this.
Well, we'll see how I do. I'll give it one more shot, okay?
So I mean, I haven't been able to hear the music like you're playing with an orchestral soundtrack.
Yeah,
right?
I haven't really been listening to it too much either. I prefer I would have used the, probably played the FDS version.
Mm.
Freeze the O's.
Freezios. I don't know if he means this in jest, but Foresight Asset Management says Try, are you a musician perchance? I am like the opposite of a musician. I am the music destroyer. My very presence sucks the musicality out of all around me. Although it's not in this room. But my mom recently found my xylophone and my recorder.
Oh.
And if they were in here, I would totally blow into them in a way that is not at all musical and talented or anything like that. But I could annoy you with them. Which, I mean, could have benefits in its own way, I guess. I mean, I think you should try to grind these Metroids a little bit before going.
Well, I'm out of
deeper,
missiles, so it doesn't even matter now.
Oh.
I'm screwed as it is. I can't. I'm screwed now. I'm just curious. So those things, they do stay dead. That's makes it more. But I still have to shoot Mother Brain with the missiles, right? I can't shoot my regular gun. No.
I mean, maybe once the case is cracked. I'm not sure. Ah, bummer. Man. Same
Okay,
what I'm saying.
if I know how to do that, I'll sit there and I'll grind for a minute.
Same Rob says try plays a mean kazoo.
Oh, you don't even start with missiles. I got to go back all the way back up now to get them out. I don't know.
Wonder if
like
it's
I'm not
easier
really
to
too
just
interested in doing the end here. I feel like I don't feel compelled to spend to finish it out.
So close.
I mean, I can see. Let me see how many missiles I can get in here. Okay.
Yeah. So close.
Oh, I mean, there's
Kazoo made me think of. Have you seen that Kazoo and You video?
Oh yeah.
That's incredible. We ended up putting that sound off, of course, but we ended up putting that in the corner when we played Kadak because the item get sounds like it's on a kazoo.
And I can easily fill up my health and.
Oh, so you don't even need the Metroids.
No.
There
See,
you
we'll
go.
see how long
Oh yeah, this is a super easy spot. Oh, you got this. You got this. Have you been doing a ninja recording of this tonight?
I have not. I was back and forth on it, and I'm like, I'm not gonna worry about it. They don't quite give me as many missiles or health as the Metroids do.
Yeah. They're not like big. I think the Metroids drop big healths.
Yeah.
I don't know if they look any different, but
No. Like they give like 35 or something like that. Like
yeah.
Well, let me just see how this goes. Oh, perfect. I like it. I love it when that happens.
I guess you didn't get the 8th.
The 8th energy tank. I don't know where
Yeah.
it is, though.
Yeah. Now, I'm assuming you probably didn't get all the missiles either.
No, but I got a decent amount, like over 150.
Yeah. Oh, video game obsession is saying if you go to the middle, you get these twice as fast from 2 pots.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
That's gonna be...
It does require a little more movement on your part.
Yeah.
But why aren't they coming out? Oh yeah, look at that. That works. Oh wow, Chicken and Fish's super chat just popped up on the stream itself.
Weird. It must be like a Streamlabs or something issue or YouTube issue.
Super crazy delay. Maybe some of these issues haven't been my fault.
Let's just pretend it's let's blame it on you.
Or Streamlabs.
Yeah.
Jay Elif just got here and says the visuals are great, but what is up with the awful music? Is the music here awful?
I mean, it's just an orchestra version of the Brinstar music. It sounds exactly like you probably think it sounds. If that makes sense.
Sure.
And I mean, I don't think it's horrible. I would, like I said, I would rather play like using the FDS music or something.
I'm honestly not that big of a fan of the Brinstar music. Like, I feel
really?
like I mean, it's good on its own merits, but like I feel like it's out of like it always feels like it feels out of step with other Metroid music.
Yeah.
Like
I can understand that, but I mean that's only because of like the style that came after. I feel like it feels
Later,
like a really
yeah.
heroic piece of music.
I kind of like the more like subdued version, like in Prime, like Prime 1, you know,
Yeah.
like around like the landing site.
Yeah.
Like I like that version.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, and there's Chicken and Fish's SpaghettiOs comment.
That's wild.
I wonder how Chicken and Fish and SpaghettiOs would be.
Ugh, like together? Chicken, fish, and SpaghettiOs?
Yeah.
Yuck. Does not sound good in any way.
I mean,
Alright.
does it sound worse than SpaghettiOs? Worse or better than SpaghettiOs by themselves?
Chicken, fish, and SpaghettiOs like all mixed together?
No, I mean just little bites
100%
of,
like
you know.
way worse.
Well, what about just
It's
chicken?
just like
and
it's just a
SpaghettiOs?
fish in it. Like
What
chicken
about
and
just
SpaghettiOs?
chicken?
I bet would be
forget
like
the
real
fish.
good.
Forget the fish. What about chicken and SpaghettiOs?
Give me missiles. Come on. I need missiles. A missile, Gary.
Oh yeah, why do you have so few missiles? Were they not dropping missiles? The bugs? It's like crazy if you. I can't believe you only got 9 missiles after all that you were doing.
Yeah, I'm full health, but I have no missiles.
That's
My health
that is
is really
that is
there.
super crazy.
That's my favorite part about this game.
I don't understand why did the bugs stop dropping missiles? That's very weird.
I think I
What
need
was
50 missiles for Month of Rain.
It's a $5 super chat from Bubba D Matt just now. Thank you. Saying howdy dudes. Just got YouTube Premium after downsizing my streamer services. Hope I did the right thing. Need something to go well after sick kidney week. That sounds unpleasant.
Just stick what?
Sick kidney week. I don't know entirely what entails a week of sick kidneys, but it doesn't sound like what you want. I'm sorry to hear that. Sounds unpleasant.
Yeah.
So yeah, get well soon, indeed.
See how many missiles I can- I feel like I need like at least 50
Foresight
missiles
Asset
before I
Management
can-
says he's dealt with that before. Get lots of liquid and rest. Oh, it's an infection. Very painful. Oof. I wonder if there's other enemies that are more likely to drop missiles.
Well, they're getting better here.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if they stop, maybe just like go to a different room and come back or something. Just reset the RNG. Yeah. Better.
It's going much better this time.
Excellent.
The red ones seem to give more stuff.
Hey. Are they also like more substantial health drops from the red ones? Maybe.
I don't really. I can't tell. I'll have to see. So I got 2.
Do you know what your
now.
missile max
No, I give him
is?
5 health.
I thought some were only giving you like 2 or 3 or something. I don't know how low they go. Oh, Dumancho says, Corey, fill up your entire life bar and all you will get is missiles.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
I forgot that the original game did that. I thought that was something that started with Super Metroid.
Well, you just need health like so infrequently, I guess, because you have so many tanks in Super Metroid. I mean, Super Metroid is like it's not a very difficult game.
No, not as long as you're collecting all the stuff. Oh, Dementium says, no, that was Super Metroid. This game will continue to drop energy. Oh, well.
Oh, wait, this
It
one-
will continue to drop energy.
Well, one of the hacks for this with the patches is like more drops. So I
Oh, you didn't have that one on?
I didn't have that one on.
Dimension was playing this port just a few hours ago, so they would. It's been a while since you got a missile, so I wonder if you should like leave the room and come back or something.
Or just start killing some other ones.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works. Video Game Obsession says, I think the FDS version starts you off with full health and missiles unless I was playing a hack. Chicken and fish themselves says, chicken, fish, and SpaghettiOs simultaneously sounds worse than starving to death.
Simultaneously. Yeah, I mean, there's no way that I would.
I feel like chicken might be better than just SpaghettiOs. Though.
Yeah.
Chicken and SpaghettiOs, but
Oh,
take
totally. Like
fish out of
totally.
the
It's like the
equation.
fish is what like ruins it. Like that's the gross part.
Well, would you take chicken and fish together? I don't see why not. Like if we're talking like chicken tenders and fried fish, like I mean, it's not like a great combination or anything, but it's kind of why not? I guess, right? It's nothing terribly offensive about it. Yeah, see, the missiles are starting to come back again. RNG is weird, man.
At least I have almost full health. Is the escape sequence very difficult? I don't remember.
You gotta be careful. I don't remember if there's like enemies or anything along the way. It's very tall. It's just a tall climb. I mean, it's the climb that you go down in Super Metroid.
Right. Which is still like one of the coolest things.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That they did that.
What's your missile max?
It's like 150 something.
Dang.
But I feel like if I can get 50 missiles, I probably have a fighting chance of like getting enough missiles to.
Yeah.
I just need to get down to a point where I can probably like grind missiles from like some Metroids.
From Metroids, yeah, because you probably get them back very fast.
Yeah.
Oh, Josh Nichols says the escape path is different with the orchestra soundtrack. I mean, is it
great.
just like different platforms, or is it like actually? Because I mean, is it just still just vertical, or what?
No pressure happening, right?
I wonder if you need to leave the room again
Yes,
and
I'm doing.
get the missiles coming back.
Yeah.
That's weird. I wonder why it works that way. I wonder if it works that way in the original. If it just seems to just stop giving missiles after a while. 18 Matt says, is there a reason to play the SNES port? I mean, this is definitely a lot more robust in terms of taking advantage of the
specifically
hardware.
this, having a map.
Yeah, the map. It has things like using wave beam and ice beam at the same time. Although, for all I know, there could be NES hacks that do that. Yeah, it's for the most part, it's just kind of a why not thing, but
Yeah.
but yeah, there are definitely some cool advancements here. I wonder if there's just like a limit to how many missiles can spawn per room or something.
Probably. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe it's that simple. Okay, the combined wave and ice beam.
Maybe Displaced Gamers should do a video on it.
Yeah. That's a good idea. That's right up his alley. Oh, he's here. He says, should I? Yeah. Let's find out. Why do missiles stop spawning when we're grinding in Metroid?
Yeah.
The people want to know.
And is it just something that's randomly
Or-
happening?
Yeah, is it all in our head? Is it placebo?
Yeah. Because it feels like it's happening. Like maybe a certain amount of time has to pass or something like that. I mean, you got to be out of the room for, like if you just stand here for a second, like it's like a meter that fills back up. I'm gonna give it a minute and see what happens. I just want to get to 50, and I think that I'm good from there.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll probably want to get like past that first like tunnel.
Right.
Like maybe you just want to like rush past that first one and get on flat ground, right?
Yeah.
Because like I think the horizontal rooms are going to be easier to fight the Metroids than that first room. Soldiers.
This is like excruciating for everybody watching, probably.
I mean, I want you to do it. I want to see if there's anything different at the end of this one. This port. Ooh, that's tough. Eric Schussler with a $2 super chat saying your top Nintendo series. What's Metroid's rank? Ooh, that sounds like a spicy debate.
Yeah. Like what is?
Ooh,
I don't know. Like I think that Super Metroid and Metroid Prime 1 are the only ones that are truly great, in my opinion.
I mean, I really like Prime 3 a lot. Zero Mission's very good. I think Other M is underrated. That's tough. I mean, the top 3 for me are definitely Mario, Zelda, and Kirby in no particular order. So like, what could be competing for like slots 4 and 5?
Come on.
I mean, Metroid could conceivably
Come
be
on!
one of those spots.
Get off of me!
Why is it doing that? Like are you normally blue when he does that? Are you frozen? Did you freeze yourself? You don't normally turn blue when they grab you, do they?
Oh, I don't know.
Weird. Replicant says, don't kill Metroids until you get into the tunnel. What's the tunnel?
The tunnel, okay.
Video Game Obsession says, good luck. We're all counting on you.
Except for one.
Is this the tunnel you're talking about?
I think so.
Ooh, they dropped an 80 missile. That's pretty huge. Or, I mean, dropped 30. They got you to 80. So, yeah.
Yeah.
You can definitely come out on top here. How many missiles should he have, considering the gates are already down?
Someone's saying I need 50.
That's it? I mean, you
Whatever
should have
is
some
50.
spares just to be safe, but is 90 safe? Dimensium says 100. Dimensium says at least 50. 100 is good. $50 if you don't miss.
All right.
Oh, according to the manual, wow, they tell you how many you need to actually do Mother Brain in the manual. That's kinda cool.
Okay, I got 110.
All right, I believe in you with 110.
I'm basically full health.
But yeah, I would say Metroid is probably around like 4 or 5 in Nintendo Series rankings for me. Then I guess. I mean, you know, there might be some smaller stuff that like would be pretty high. Like, you know, I don't know. Like, do you think of like Sin and Punishment as like a Nintendo series? Like, that doesn't feel like it should be in the running for like top series since it's only 2 games. But top 3 definitely Mario, Zelda, and Kirby in no particular order, really. Oh, Bubba D. Matt with another $5 super chat. Thank you. Saying a new game show idea. Retro Game History Trivia Challenge. Hosted by the gaming historian. Jeopardy-style questions with video hints from YouTube. Thoughts? Oh, that would definitely be fun. Drum kind of developed a game show type thing for me and Lynn to play on a stream last year.
Oh my god, am I gonna...
It was really fun. So do you...
I'm not gonna watch
do you-
me not be able to get out of the tutorial.
So you have to go all the way back through Toria.
Yeah, how do I... Come on! Am I not gonna be able to make this stupid jump now?
Oh no.
Like, why is this so difficult?
Oh,
This is gonna be so stupid.
you just don't want to give.
I
it,
don't
like, the
understand
full-
how I do it.
Do
How
you
can
need
I...
to jumps? Do you need to jumps earlier?
Go to the left?
Yeah, but I
I can't go left. It says go back. Use a bomb and bounce. Go left, left. Okay, so I'm going through. I can't.
are people talking about what you are supposed to do in the original version, or what you're supposed to do since you chose the orchestra?
Bomb
soundtrack?
jump it.
Oh my gosh.
God. This is so... Alright, there we go.
Oh man, that's some speedrunner garbage.
Yeah.
The one thing about
Oh,
Metroid,
and
and
there's Metroids down here when it's happening.
the one thing about Metroid as a series that kind of gets me sometimes is, like, I think the Metroid Prime games control extremely well, but like the 2D Metroid games, like, their controls kind of bug me.
I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna...
Just gonna take that Metroid with you.
They like thaw like immediately.
Well, you know what?
I can't do anything.
You saved. Yeah, why are they thawing?
They like thaw like immediately.
Oh, that's mean. Well, you know what?
I have
The universe
3
was
health.
saved.
If it would be amazing if I could make it out of here with 3 health.
Here's the thing, though.
It's
The
stupid.
galaxy was
It's
saved.
stupid.
It
Like,
doesn't
why-
matter if
like-
Samus lives or not.
Like,
right?
why does that happen? Is that like
I don't.
like that's
Well, I guess you unknowingly chose like the super challenge mode. You can save.
I know.
I wonder if it'll start you at the escape sequence. Probably not. Oh, okay. EG says I literally just beat the orchestrated escape, and man, it is tough. So yeah, that's. But you know what? Like I say.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You
go.
know,
I'm gonna try the.
The galaxy was saved. So the galaxy was saved. Samus died. You know, it's sad and all, but the galaxy was saved. So you're trying a different soundtrack. And your save is compatible with that.
Yeah, it's just the same.
You know, you're saying like the orange ones and red ones. I wonder if it's like two Metroids overlapped.
It still
Sometimes
takes the
that's
same
kinda
amount.
what it looks like.
Oh, well, I loaded my save and it's like I gotta do all the doors again.
Are you sure?
I just had to do that one, yeah.
Well, but the gates. People said that the passwords can keep like there's password generators that like keep specific like the which gates at Mother Brain are left closed remains through passwords. So maybe they're still gone. But your save was before you blew up those doors? Why? Did you not just save?
I did just say, yeah. Well, let's see what happens. I don't mind like grinding them out. Like, so is it just the escape sequence that's like so much harder?
That seems to be the case, yeah. You've got a lot of missiles. Your health is the bigger issue.
Yeah, I know where I can like grind them out.
Oh, apparently the orchestra like I guess just like the instance of Torian is totally different anyway. It sounds like, so that's why. Makes sense, I suppose. Darn SpaghettiOs.
So is Turin just like, is it harder in that mode, I wonder? Makes me wonder if it'd be, like it will be a lot easier now.
Oh no. Metroid cart? I don't know. I mean, I think after all they did with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I think the next Mario Kart's just going to be Nintendo Kart. Because they've already got so many guest characters in it already,
Yeah.
you know?
And I think that it'd be like a really good, I think that'd be a good idea. And it would play well to like the Smash.
Yes. So is he going to have enough missiles?
I'm going to go back.
You can go back. Okay, as long as you can go back. Then you'll have to get through the SpaghettiOs and the lasers.
super worried about it.
I mean, just that 1 or 2 Metroids there alone is probably pretty good grinding.
Yeah.
Not dropping missiles. It's a little alarming.
I've seen one of them that dropped missiles. That's the thing.
I know. That's scary. I'm alarmed. Oh, they're respawning even without leaving the room. Okay.
So those ones gives me like 30 missiles every time.
Really? Okay.
Well,
Based on a sample size of 2 times.
yeah. Well, if any of them drop missiles, I get 30.
Yes.
Found one that's like really easy to grind.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you should go back into the other room to see if they'll start giving you missiles again.
Good call.
Because you're basically full of health. I almost wonder if you should, like, just pass rooms every time anyway. I do see scrolling shimmer. Well, it's probably just because of the way that the stream is scaled.
And those will stay dead, so I can just go back
Yes,
here and...
correct. But you don't want to run out of missiles before you kill the Metroids.
Right.
So you don't want to run out of missiles so you can't kill the Metroids.
It's getting...
I'm getting worrying.
I was definitely getting... The orange colored one seems to maybe give me missiles more often.
Huh. Maybe that's what it is. I mean, Cheesemeister, that's what Samus is out to do.
What?
Make the Metroids extinct.
Getting close again. I'm gonna go out of the room and go back in.
Yeah, it's weird. Unsettling. Maybe you should just do those first 3 and reset the room every time.
Yeah. Or the first, oh, those 2.
Well, I thought the third one is the one that I thought was most likely to give you missiles.
Oh, is it?
Or at least, well, that's just, I mean, it's probably all in our heads. I wonder why that one always seems like kind of stuck.
I know. This music just like stresses me out too. You know? Whatever. I mean, if it's gonna happen, I'm gonna run out of missiles or something's gonna happen. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
mean,
can
like
kill
I
3
said.
more. If the next 3 don't give it to me. 2 more.
I don't know why you're not resetting the room.
I just reset the room. If this one doesn't give it to me. Nope, that's it.
Well, you still killed Mother Brain.
Oh, and then they... That's appropriate.
What?
Just like, it just...
Oh. Well, there you go. You were doomed. Doomed to never finish. I mean, you've beaten this game before, right?
What?
You've beaten this game before anyway, right?
I know. Just the timing on it was so crazy.
Maybe that's what happens when the game has run out of missiles to give you.
Maybe it's like, well, you know, you'd have to reset anyways. I did save, but it happened when I was saving. I hope it didn't I didn't lose my save file. I guess we'll find out, right?
Yeah.
All right. Is the save going to be corrupted? Let's find out.
Replicate Coury does have the latest patches. He got it directly from the developer.
Yeah. Oh, the password is on stream.
Yeah, that's true.
And it saves me at 2 missiles out of 245. Oh, but that's weird.
What?
It wow, it jacked up my map though.
Really?
It sent me back. It sent me to Norfair. And look at the map, the way it's filled in.
Wait, is that like the Torian path?
No, that's Norfair.
I know, but is the pink like the Torian path?
Oh, it
I
might
think
be.
It might be. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
So that shows up as as having been there, but let me go back down.
Container 7, $5 super chat. $5 because 5-hour live stream or 4-hour live stream.
Yeah. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I mean, whatever. I feel like the time on that. Oh, I turned on the sound because it was going brrr. That's wild though, right? That's kind of neat.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna be like, what the heck? You know, I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
I wonder if I go down, I wonder if it fills in
fascinating.
though. I wonder if it'll fill in.
I don't know.
It does. It fills in. I'm curious if the items respawn. Not
Super
that
Guy
it would make
CRT
any sense if they
says
did.
Her sprite is backwards. Is that how? Looks correct, doesn't it?
Okay, items do not respawn, obviously. That's
that would be
wild,
funny
though.
if you could get,
that's
like,
cool. That's cool when, you know, unpredictable behavior like that, right?
Yeah, you know. I mean,
No, it's like
We're-
it's super well done. I mean, obviously, like I played through the whole game, and who knows? It could have been my SD card for all I know. You know what I mean? Like it's like I'm not gonna be like,
yeah. I mean, it's a cool technical challenge, and
yeah,
it's even interesting to see how it could fall apart.
yeah. The password would probably definitely work. Not that it really matters at this point, but I don't want to. I'm not gonna load it up. I did pick the zero mission version this time. I wonder if that could have changed it. But I don't know. That's cool. That's cool. It was good though. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Everyone should go and look it up on archive.org and download it and play it themselves. If you have like a Mister or if you have a ST to SNES or a FX Pack Pro. Anyways, I think that's gonna do it. That was still really funny that it just happened to crash like right there perfectly.
Oh.
That's good. Thank you to everybody who donated and everybody who watched the episodes this week.
Yes.
We will be back next week and be cranking on getting our other list of episodes that we'd like to get done before the end of the year. All done.
Yep.
All right, everyone take care. And we'll see you soon.
Good night.
Good night.